The Democrat Party does not fight for, care about, or represent American citizens. It is an entity devoted exclusively to the defense of hardened criminals, gangbangers, and illegal alien killers and terrorists. The Democrat Party is not a political party. It is a domestic extremist organization. Look at Chicago. They've shut down the police department. They've handcuffed law enforcement, and as President Trump says, they have turned the streets of Chicago into a bloody killing field. Here in Washington, D.C., before President Trump launched the federal law enforcement liberation in D.C., there was a murder on the streets of this town every other day. Body after body after body after body. That was Washington, D.C. Residents were afraid to go to restaurants. They were afraid to go into entire neighborhoods. They were getting carjacked right and left, robbed and beaten. That was Washington, D.C. Now we're 2 weeks homicide free, the safest the city has ever been in its entire history. And the Democrats, instead of jumping up and down and saying, thank you, President Trump, thank you for saving our lives, thank you for saving our cities, thank you for scrubbing away all the graffiti, the trash, the homeless encampments, the druggies, instead of cleaning up the city, instead of thanking him for that, they're saying, President Trump, how dare you save our lives? How dare you save our children? How dare you save our city? The Democrat Party, Sean, that exists today, it disgusts me. I do not recognize that party, Sean.
I don't recognize it. But the reality is you cannot pursue happiness in this country. Life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. You can't pursue happiness if you don't have the prerequisite of law and order and safety and security. They are not providing it. Now, my understanding of the Supremacy Clause, that would then be the jurisdiction of the federal government. Your take?
The what clause? The Supremacy Clause? Let's see what the Supremacy Clause is.
Absolutely, Sean. And first of all, thank you for making this basic point. You can't have happiness without security first. Look, if your streets are more violent, as these Democrat cities are, more violent than Baghdad, more violent than communities in Ethiopia and places that many Americans would never even dream of visiting, some of the most dangerous places on planet Earth.
Wow.
It's more dangerous than Mexico City. Democrat cities are more dangerous than Mexico City, which is run by criminal cartels. How can you pursue happiness?
But however, Democrat cities are not worse than red cities. Let's say that. Let's say this actual fact. All of this hyperbole about Somalia and Mexico City and all of these other places. Let's state the facts.
Yes, Sean. And to the point about the federal government and the Supremacy Clause, the president has the utmost authority here because he oversees federal law enforcement, which is supreme to state and local law enforcement. And all of these organized street gangs that are terrorizing.
Oh, so there's no such thing as states' rights now. No such thing as states' rights. He oversees everything in the states. What happened to these Republicans and their states' rights? So this is what the right is being fed a daily dose on all the time. This is also now. He's talking about Democrat cities. He's talking about the crime in Democrat cities. He's not talking about immigration anymore. This is the immigration law who demanded 3,000 bodies a day. So now they are moving on. And where are they moving to? They're moving to majority black cities run by either black governors, black mayors, or both. Let's keep it clear. They are still building over 1,000 detention centers. Who are they building them for? Let's continue.
These cities that are dealing these drugs, that are trafficking weapons, that are engaging in organized theft, armed robbery, carjacking, all of them are doing business with, at some level or another, the transnational narco-trafficking organizations. So these street crews.
These street crews are doing business with narco agents. Remember, he said that. Let's continue.
Are engaged in material support for terrorism, which is the core function of the federal government to defend and protect.
Well,
President Trump.
So now he's equating it to terrorism because the corner drug guy is on some level dealing with the cartels. You know why he's saying all of this? You know why he's trying to feed the nation all of this? Because they have to invoke the Aliens Enemy Act to put boots on the ground in our cities. So this is them trying to connect the dots, trying to equate any type of crime in any black city to cartels. Do they hate cartels? Do they really hate the cartels? So if we're going to say that, we're going to have to say that the people in the Justice Department that brought El Chapo's family over here to the United States, who was one of the big Sinaloa cartels in Mexico, and they brought 17 of their family members here, and they refused to take any questions about it. So should we say that this Justice Department is connected to cartels? Should we? Let's continue.
Trump has literally set the people of Washington, D.C. free. They're so happy now that they can just go out and live their lives, go to their favorite restaurant, go to their favorite bar, go to their favorite pool hall, go to their favorite park. You see moms taking kids out to parks they haven't been to in years because they know the police are there. They know that President Trump is there with his law enforcement to protect them. It's a thing of beauty, Sean. But I would say to the mayor of all these Democrat cities, like Chicago, what you are doing to your own citizens is evil. Subjecting your own citizens to this constant bloodbath and then rejoicing in it is evil. And you should praise God every single day that President Trump is in the White House.
If he's going to encourage people to take to the streets over this, I will say anything that happens, he will be responsible for. I did not like his comment.
So if the mayor is going to encourage people to take to the streets over this, he's responsible. No, what happens if the people take to the streets? The people are exercising their constitutional rights. See where that is left out in the whole equation of this. So they are forewarning you that the military is on the streets, and if you use your constitutional rights, it's because someone hyped you up. You did not independently choose to use your constitutional right. So we are going to blame the mayor in advance for what we plan to do with the military on our streets. If you guys are not familiar what is being put out to our nation, you should be aware. Let me share something else with you. I just want to give you facts and information. If you find that I have given you some information that you are unfamiliar with, I'm going to set up my goals. Those are always my goals, to share with you information that you may not know. Let's go here.
So in Pennsylvania, you had 205,000 more votes than you had voters. And the number's actually much greater than that now. That was as of a week ago. And this is a mathematical impossibility, unless you want to say it's a total fraud.
That was one of the many election lies Donald Trump, of course, repeated on January 6th. Now, he said that as he was speaking to supporters, many of whom then went on to violently attack the U.S. Capitol, where members of Congress were certifying President Joe Biden's 2020 election win. But Trump did not make up that lie about Pennsylvania on his own, believe it or not. He got it from this woman, Heather Honey. Honey is a absolutely rabid election denier, a conspiracy theorist, and a protege of Cleta Mitchell, one of the lawyers who tried and failed to help Trump overturn the 2020 election results. Honey, in particular, misrepresented voter data to sell the idea that Pennsylvania somehow had more votes than voters, which was not at all true, not even close. But Trump treated it like it was completely true. and even cited it as a proof of election fraud in documents he released just last year. But Heather Honey did not just lie about Pennsylvania's election. She has led a variety of election conspiracy groups whose erroneous investigations fueled right-wing attacks on voting systems in other states, like Arizona and Georgia. Now it appears that Heather Honey, that same woman, has a brand new job. Yesterday, Democracy Docket was first to report that she has been appointed to be the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Election Integrity. You heard me right. A senior role in Trump's Department of Homeland Security that is supposed to primarily protect our elections from foreign interference, which is an ongoing threat, no matter who is president. Let that soak in for a second. A conspiracy theorist with absolutely zero knowledge of how to actually run elections, aside from spreading completely fabricated lies about the outcome in the past, is currently in charge of helping to oversee our election infrastructure. It's obvious, very obvious, Heather Honey isn't in this job because she has some sort of immaculate record of protecting voting systems against security threats. Obviously not. She's in this job because of her connection to Trump, who used her lies to his advantage and who may to do so in elections to come. In fact, her appointment comes as Trump has gutted the very federal programs designed to protect our elections from interference in the first place, including the DOJ program aimed at combating foreign influence campaigns. Trump also cut roughly 1,000 employees from the nation's top cybersecurity agency and put the director of that agency, Chris Krebs, under federal investigation. All of these questionable moves begin to make better sense when you consider Trump's political reality right now. His approval ratings are completely in the toilet, as we talk about a lot. His major legislative achievement, sort of, I guess, the big ugly bill, is deeply unpopular among Americans for good reason. Even his handling of the economy is hemorrhaging support. According to a new Gallup poll, the number of Americans who believe that the U.S. economy is getting worse now stands at 63%. That's 2/3 of the country who agree on very little. And if you believe you can't win votes honestly and with integrity, and by the way, getting more people to vote for you, which is how you win elections, this is what you do to hold on to power. And there's more. Trump is threatening to ban mail-in voting and the use of voting machines. He's ordering governors and lawmakers in red states to redraw their congressional maps to give Republicans more seats, which Texas right now is very close to delivering on. And even though Democrats in California may be able to counteract Texas with their own revised maps, other red states like Florida, Missouri, Ohio, and Indiana have also pledged to effectively try and rig the game for Trump. Earlier this month, J.D. Vance went to Indianapolis to push Republican lawmakers there to redraw their maps. And today, Trump and Vance met privately with some of those lawmakers in Washington, D.C. According to Politico, Vance spoke to the Indiana Republicans specifically about redistricting, telling them they have an opportunity to fight and support Republicans and be real Republicans, is how it was described.
Okay, so if you did not know that, I just wanted you, let me make sure my mic is on. If you didn't know that, I just wanted to make sure you knew that as well. A whole conspiracy theorist who lied and said that people, over 200,000 people in Philadelphia had falsely voted. And it was a whole lie. And this is who is supposed to secure our elections. You know, these elections that 45, 47 came out with the talking points of Vladimir Putin that said no mail-in ballots, no election could be valid as long as we have mail-in ballots. So let me go here with you. Let's talk a little bit about this. Here we go.
Donald Trump hates mail-in ballots. He wants to get rid of them.
Hold on, let me slow that down. I apologize. Here we go.
Donald Trump hates mail-in ballots. He wants to get rid of them because they're responsible for massive voter fraud. The whole thing's a scam, one big hoax.
Mail-in ballots are corrupt. You can never have a real democracy with mail-in ballots.
It's worth pointing out, when Donald Trump lost the 2020 election to Joe Biden, more Americans than ever voted by mail. That's nearly 70 million Americans in 2020 who voted by the method Trump is now trying to destroy. And if he's successful by signing an executive order to that effect, it would completely overhaul what has been a mainstay of American elections since the Civil War.
If the president were and Congress were to eliminate mail-in balloting, this would be just about the first time in American history that the national government has acted to try to restrict voting rights.
So why do it? Does Trump have a point? And if he does, what can he actually do about it?
We, as a Republican Party, are going to do everything possible that we get rid of mail-in ballots.
Part of Trump's argument that mail-in voting is bad is that no other country does it.
You know that we're the only country in the world, I believe, I may be wrong, but just about the only country in the world that uses it because of what's happened. Massive fraud all over the place.
So I find it hard to believe Trump only suspects he might be wrong about this, because he is very wrong about this.
Well, there are many other countries, of course, that use mail-in voting, Canada being one of them. I mean, thousands, tens of thousands of people in our country used mail-in voting last time to cast a ballot in the federal election campaign.
And it's not just Canada. More than 30 countries around the world allow at least some voting by mail. Trump is right that most don't, but many of Europe's biggest democracies do, and have for decades. The UK, France, Germany, Spain, Austria, Switzerland, Greece. And by all accounts, these are all successful democracies without compromised elections and widespread voter fraud. So where's the scam?
It's infinitesimally small. States like Oregon and Washington, for example, which have been using mail-in voting for many, many years, almost exclusively, the incidences of proven voter fraud are so astronomically small.
Astronomically small, as in, over a 20-year period, according to one law and policy think tank citing the New York Times, Oregon, the pioneer in this area, has sent out more than 100 million mail-in ballots since 2000 and has documented only about a dozen cases of proven fraud.
When it does happen, it is more likely to happen with mail-in ballots because the ballots are outside the purview of election officials, but it's still very rare there too. It tends to be easy to catch.
And this is a really important point, acknowledging that there are sometimes problems with mail-in voting, but without overblowing or mischaracterizing them altogether. I'll give you an example. During the pandemic election, Trump tweets this: "Just out, some people in the great state of North Carolina have been sent 2 ballots. Rigged election in waiting." He's referring to a real thing there. There was a mix-up in North Carolina that year ahead of Election Day, but Trump leaves out 2 important details. One, that fewer than 500 voters were affected. So that's 0.009% of votes, which is still maybe 0.009% too many. But the other important fact is that according to North Carolina's election director, each mailing label includes an individual code making it impossible to vote twice. The electronic system simply doesn't allow 2 ballots from the same person to be accepted or counted. Once the first ballot goes in, the voter's record would reflect that and block the second. And anyway, Trump ended up winning North Carolina in 2020. But what we all got instead from Trump ahead of the result, rigged election in waiting.
One report that looked at the 2020 election in particular dug into some of the details in the 6 battleground states and found about 475 cases of fraud out of tens of millions of votes that were cast in that election. So there is absolutely incidents of fraud. It is something that happens, but it's not something that is very common at all.
So look, there's no sense in me going through every single instance of Trump casting unsubstantiated aspersions on mail-in voting.
Now, mail ballots, they cheat, okay? People cheat. Mail ballots are a very dangerous thing for this country because they're cheaters.
Because much of the time he launches an attack on voting by mail, it's without evidence. So I don't know what to do with it. But when the FBI director was asked,
my question is very direct. Is voting by mail secure?
His answer was ultimately about as direct.
We have not seen historically any kind of coordinated national voter fraud effort in a major election, whether it's by mail or otherwise.
When what Trump says doesn't align with evidence or fact, it's hard to know whether he's mistaken or lying, or he knows something the rest of us don't. Like, where's he getting his information from? Well, here's what he recently.
Well, he recently said that he got this information from Vladimir Putin. But let's continue.
We told Fox News.
You know, Vladimir Putin said something, one of the most interesting things. He said your election was rigged because you have mail-in voting. He said mail-in voting every election. He said no country has mail-in voting. It's impossible to have mail-in voting and have honest elections.
Now, I have no way of knowing whether Putin actually said this or why Trump takes election advice from the authoritarian leader of a country which every impartial international observer says hasn't had a free, open, or fair election in decades.
And he said, and you lost it because of mail-in voting. It was a rigged election.
And therefore, a lot of his arguments about fraud are simply based upon really sort of personal grudges or personal disagreements with mail-in voting.
We vote after, early, nobody knows what.
Not on actual facts, not on the data. We know that he hates data.
The hell we're doing, the elections are so screwed up. We have to get back in and we have to change it all. We want to go to paper ballots. We want to go to same-day voting.
We want to go to paper ballots. Could the reason why he wants to go to paper ballots be about the paper that you see in Putin's hands as he exit the poll booth? Could that be the reason why he wants to go to paper ballots? So.
To get rid of it because he genuinely believes it helps Democrats.
If you look back over the last 30 years of voting in the United States, there's a very clear trend line. In-person voting becoming less popular and mail-in voting becoming more popular. Right now, it's about a third of all voters who vote by mail. And watch how people who mail in their ballots tend to vote. Historically, not that big a split, but the pandemic election in 2020, a seismic shift in how Democrats versus Republicans voted. That difference shrank in 2024.
And remember, a lot of that shrinkage in 2020 of the Republicans who didn't get out to vote was because they were saying that your vote would not be counted. And so if you mailed in your ballot, there was a big push to the Republicans to not mail in their ballots. But even though it was a big push in 2020, you see that in 2022 and 2024, even less Republicans have been mailing in their ballots after that big push. So in 2020, it did rise. However, it didn't rise as big as it rose amongst the Democrats who were already voting by mail larger amounts than the Republicans. But you see how the Republicans is basically dwindling down in 22 and 24. They had to, some of them had to vote for mail in 2020. That's the only reason you saw the spike, is because we were in the pandemic.
But it's possible this only reinforces Trump's belief that the surge in mail-in voting hurt him in 2020, that maybe the decrease in mail-in voting helped him in 2024.
And I think he's trying to, A, delegitimize the system, or B, look for a way to try to gain electoral advantage in 2026 when Republicans are expected to face a tough race to keep the United States House of Representatives.
Now, there's no guarantee things...
Okay, so this link is, I don't think it's in my description box. I'm going to drop this link in my chat. So you can review it at your leisure. Hey, Sincere. Hey, Vibrant. It is good to see you. This is the link to that. Now, let me move forward to some more things that I want to share with you. Now, I was talking about the cartels. So, the main reason why... they want the military in the streets because they're trying to connect small drug offenses to the cartels in some way. You heard Stephen Miller say, in some way, if it's a small drug dealer, they are in some way still connected to these cartels. So the boogeyman cartels. So let's see. Now I told you about El Chapo's 17 members of his family were bought into the United States and whisked away in government cars. I told you about them, and who the Department of Justice said, do not ask me any questions because we have no comment on that at all. So now you remember El Chapo, the one who dug out of his jail cell, dug a sophisticated tunnel with air and all this stuff out of his jail cell. You know, he was the king, allegedly the king of the Sinaloa crime cartel family, that same family with 45, 47 bought people over to the United States. If you don't remember, I'm trying to make you remember. Now, what you also may not know, uh, if you learned something today, those are my goals. You are more than welcome to hit my goals. Ranking Member Robert Garcia demands Trump administration come clean on reported deal to release MS-13 leaders to El Salvador. Did you know about that? On August 18th, this is a press release on. You mean to tell me the man who is so concerned about MS-13 that he has a secret backdoor deal with Bukele of El Salvador to release MS-13 leaders into El Salvador? A little tit for tat. You wash my back, I wash yours. Okay. And if you did not know, there have always been rumors and rumblings that the president of El Salvador was deeply connected with gangs in El Salvador himself, and he used his positions to punish rival gang people and let others run free. These are allegations from his people. I don't know. I just heard about them. I just thought I'd share them with you. Washington, D.C. Today, Representative Robert Garcia, ranking member of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform, sent a letter to the Department of Justice, Department of State, Department of Homeland Security regarding reports that President Trump and Salvadorian President Bukele entered into a secret backdoor deal that resulted in America's release of dangerous MS-13 leaders back to El Salvador. If true, President 4547 is risking the safety of Americans by helping the major organization crime grow, creating an opportunity for them to come back stronger into the United States and wasting our law enforcement effort to stop them for good. Reports that President 4547 is trading dangerous MS-13 gang leaders for the use of Salvadorian prisons raise serious national security red flags for the United States. Today, I am asking the 4547 administration to come clean about whether there was a deal struck between President Bukele and for details surrounding its decisions to drop charges for dangerous criminals. The American people deserve to know if their safety is at risk, said ranking member Robert Garcia. Reports suggest that 4547 and Bukele, president of El Salvador, entered into a covert agreement that resulted in the U.S. government dropping charges against charges against and deporting MS-13 leaders who were apprehended by the United States in return for President Trump promised to drop charges against these dangerous individuals. President Bukele allegedly agreed to accept and confine Venezuelans deported from the United States under the Alien Enemies Act to Salvadorian prison, particularly the Centro de Confronting del Toro, what is that? The CCOT prison. You know, the CCOT prison is the prison where we saw all of them being shaved and bent over and all of that. If true, this surreptitious deal struck by the Trump administration has profound implications for the integrity of the United States justice system and national security. The committee demands to understand whether U.S. Officials facilitated and the repatriation of MS-13 leaders to prevent them from cooperating with American prosecutors. In 2019, the Department of Justice launched a years-long effort known as Task Force Vulcan to dismantle the leadership of MS-13. As a result of Task Force Vulcan in 2020, the Department of Justice indicted 14 top MS-13 leaders on terrorism, drug trafficking, and conspiracy charges. As outlined in the indictment, 3 of the 14 indicted MS-13 leader, including Cesar Lopez, had information about a secret deal between President Bukele administration and MS-13, in which the criminal gang would support Bukele's campaign in exchange for facilitating the gang's operation in cushy prison conditions. Despite knowledge of the information Lopez possessed about this deal, the Department of Justice dismissed all charges against Lopez in March of 2025. 4 days later, Lopez was repatriated to El Salvador. The actions of the Trump administration appear specifically designed to undercut the work of the Task Force Vulcan by returning key witnesses with knowledge of Bukele deals with MS-13 to El Salvador, concluded Ranking Member Garcia. Such a decision not only undercuts ongoing federal investigation, but also threatens U.S. national security. MS-13 maintains a direct operational presence in dozens of American cities, uses smuggling corridors, trafficking network, and opaque financial system to conduct criminal activity across the border. But he wants to say that the little small drug dealers on the street corners are the problem, because they have contact with the cartel. Well, now let's see if this is real. Let's see if he really sent a letter. Look at this letter. This is the actual letter. So you can't say that this is not a fact. I just want to present to you the facts. Congress of the United States, House of Representatives, Committee on Oversight and Government Reform, August 18, 2025. This is addressed to Pam Bimbo, Christine Nome, Marco Rubio. This is who this letter has been sent to. Okay. I write with serious concerns about the recent actions taken by the U.S. government that may have compromised American law enforcement operation to hinder the transnational criminal organization Mara Salvatosha, otherwise known as MS-13. Reports suggest that President Trump and Bukele, president of El Salvador, entered into a covert agreement. Okay, there's 1 page. There's 2 page. Let me make sure. Let me give you this link. I just wanted to let you see that this really happened. Let me give this to you. Thank you for joining. Thank you for joining my page, Daniel. I'm going to keep on informing people. I'm going to keep on informing people of the facts. Let me see what you're saying. What lies am I believing? Exactly. What lies am I believing? I do not go into hyperbole. I do not deal in propaganda. I deal in facts over here. So that's what I'm going to keep dealing in, Damien H. I'm going to keep dealing in facts, and I don't give a fuck about any of the shit that you're talking that you have no way of proving. Goodbye. Goodbye. If you want to come over here, what you are going to do is you're going to state facts, and what you're not going to do, you're not going to talk shit to me in my chat. That's what you're not going to do. So if you disagree, you're more than welcome to disagree. But all of this telling me who I vote for or whatever, I'm giving you facts. And if you don't like them, okay, you don't like them. But what you're not going to do, you're not going to come over on my channel and talk dumb shit unless you have some facts to back them up. Okay, so let me go back to the news release about this oversight. See, I give you the facts. So if you did not know, now you know. Back to our regularly scheduled programming. I put that ignorant motherfucker on time out. I think he thought he got the wrong person, and at the time, you know, not for nothing. You know, people would rather wallow in their ignorance and act as if they have factual information and ignore the signs of what is going on in the United States this time. I'm giving you the facts. I heard a dumb bitch over there talking about she goes to the politics section to laugh and to troll the Democrats and Republicans, and they get mad because I'm not a Democrat or a Republican or what? If you're not a Democrat or a Republican or what? What, are you an independent? Is that what you are? Yeah, are you trying to say you're an independent, or are you just a dumb, stupid bitch that don't vote anyway? You're right. You're not a Democrat or a Republican. You're not an independent. You are nothing but an ignorant bitch that does not vote. And what? I just can't believe that type of ignorance has an audience with black people, when there is real shit that is coming down the pipe for black people. That's what I cannot believe. And I cannot believe that ignorant bitch like that has the audacity to even put her fucking tongue on anything political, because she knows she's not involved. Let me move on. I gave you that. Now I want to give you this. Let me share this with you. Let me get to the portion I want to share. They're talking about this jackass. I play all of this jackass for you already. If you came late, I told you how he said that Democrats are basically a terrorist operation. Yes, I played that for you. People who sent people to the White House to cause an insurrection after 45-47 lost the last election. Now 45-47 seems to have a hard on for the governor of Maryland. So let's see what the governor of Maryland had to say about him. Let me see if I think there's a statement where he's actually talking about the governor of Maryland. That's not it. That's that Steve Whitcombs. Okay, here we go. He's talking about the governor of Maryland. Look how pressed he is about the governor of Maryland.
In California.
Complimenting Gavin Newsom's looks.
You have an incompetent governor there. You have an incompetent governor in California. Gavin, I know him very well. He's incompetent. He's a nice guy, looks good. Hi, everybody. How you doing? He's got some strange hand action going on.
Nice guy, looks good. He, everything for him
That's
goes
not
back
the
to
one
looks.
I
And then
wanted.
Gavin
That's
Newsom
not the
perfectly
one
trolls
I
him.
wanted.
Put this up, Kylie.
This
And he
is
says,
the one
you really
I
want to have the conversation about hands. And I love how hot Kanks thinks he is. Watch this.
Well, the president seems to be obsessed with me. Today he called me a beauty, and when I first met him, he just talked about how I was a good-looking guy. And now he just continues to make statements that are just flat out false about our state's large.
Okay. So, this is the thing with Kanks, you guys. If you really, really piece it together, we have the blowjob on the microphone. We have him drooling because apparently he's a big size queen.
Now, also, they are trying to say that hold on. They are also trying to say that Wes Moore had some stolen valor. They are making up all types of lies about Wes Moore. And let's try to figure out why he is so pressed about Wes Moore. Okay, see, they also made an accusation that Wes Moore, when he first met the president, that he walked up to him and said, you are the best president of my lifetime. That has been disproven. The video came out when Wes Moore met him at some game, and he said none of the things that Donald Trump said he said about him. So let me introduce you to the facts of who Wes Moore is. Bear with me. This is actually who Wes Moore is. Let me turn on the volume.
With a presidential clapback rolling.
The president seems to be more concerned about my future than he is about the future of the American people.
Now, we all know that Trump really doesn't care for Black history as it is, so he probably doesn't even know this about Governor.
Hold on. I hate when it starts on no volume, because I want you to hear what 4547 actually says about Wes Moore.
Hey, maybe he'll be a president. He's not presidential timber at all.
And then Governor Moore came with a presidential clapback rolling.
The president seems to be more concerned about my future than he is about the future of the American people.
Now, we all know that Trump really doesn't care for Black history as it is, so he probably doesn't even know this about Governor Moore. He was born in 1978 in Tacoma Park, Maryland. When he was just 3 years old, his father passed away. His mother picked up their family and moved to the Bronx. And as a kid, he did struggle. His grades were slipping. So his mother made a bold move. She shipped him off to Valley Forge Military Academy. And that is what changed everything. He went from barely holding it together to excelling. And by 2001, he graduated from Johns Hopkins University. That same year, he was awarded with one of the most prestigious honors ever, a Rhodes Scholarship to study at Oxford. Yeah, he's a Rhodes Scholar. Then after finishing at Oxford, he put the uniform back on, and he served as a U.S. Army officer and paratrooper with the 82nd Airborne Division in Afghanistan. In 2006, he became a White House Fellow under Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice. Later, he hosted shows on PBS and the Oprah Winfrey Network. And then he picked up that pen. And he didn't just write one book, he wrote multiple books. From 2017 to 2021, he led the Robin Hood Foundation, one of the largest anti-poverty nonprofits in America. And then came 2022. He ran for governor of Maryland. And, well, he made history, becoming Maryland's first Black governor and only the third Black governor in U.S. history. He's raised Maryland's minimum wage. He launched a statewide service year program. He protected reproductive rights and banned book censorship. And when the Francis Scott Key Bridge collapsed, he stepped up with military-level command. His name is Wesley Watende Amari Moore, Maryland's first Black governor, a soldier, a scholar, an author, and even though he says he's not running, a potential presidential candidate for 2028. And let me go a step further and say, as governor of Maryland, he is way more presidential than the current occupant of the White House. So to that occupant, let me say this. When you say his name, how about you put some respect on it? How's that for some Black history?
The governor of Maryland, yeah. And they say maybe he'll be a president. He's not presidential timber at all.
This is the link to that I just shared with you about the history of Governor Westmore. Now, there's going to be a little bit more about Westmore in here and his responses and the lie that they are trying to say that Westmore had stolen valor. I showed you the other day a guy who fought in the Vietnam War, a injured veteran that was shot in the chest from some man in the street who was snatching his veterans patches off of his wheelchair, and then he turned around and asked him for his ID. You know, they feel emboldened. They act like we are the Jews in Germany who had to keep their papers on us at all times. He asked him to show him his ID, and when he reached in his bag to prove, like, look, don't be accosting me and snatching shit off of my thing, reached in his bag to actually show the military ID that he actually had in his bag, that man stepped back and shot him in the chest. So these people are really emboldened. But I'm gonna move on. Hey, Leonard, I'm gonna move on to Philadelphia. See, Philadelphia has more than bitches who are sitting up, stealing artwork, putting on T-shirts, trying to sell to you. Unfortunately, they're not trying to sell them to you to put any teeth in their mouth. They're sitting on YouTube, arguing with another dumb bitch. See, Philadelphia has a bigger fish to fry. I'm pretty sure the dumb bitch who lives in Philly has no idea about who her governor is. So let's talk about the real fight that Philadelphia is taking up. The fight, the more respectable fight that Philadelphia is taking up. I want to share my screen with you, and let's hear the governor of Philly talk. Since we can honestly hear a very dumb Tweety Bird bitch talk about some YouTube shit as if it is worth talking about at all. Let me see. Here it is. Let me make sure my speed is proper. Okay, we're on normal speed. Let's go.
Krasner, Larry, we're talking about, why are we talking about this? We have to talk about.
He's not the governor. He's the district attorney. Now, we're getting to the good part. So why don't we arrest criminals? Are we arresting criminals? Let's see if you know, they want to just override the states because the federal government has more authority over the states. They're acting as if states have no rights now. So the DA of Philly said, hold on. Yeah, we do have rights, and we also have policing rights to arrest you when you come to Philly and commit a crime. So how come we are not seeing more states say this?
About it. Donald Trump invading cities. Philadelphia is top on that list with the United States military. Did you ever think, as a district attorney, as a lawyer, you would be dealing with that, number one? And number two, what's your response to all of this?
Well, you know, my response is fascists will be fascists. I mean, let's talk about what's actually going on here. We have a guy convicted of 34 felonies who is claiming to be the voice of law enforcement. Somebody help me with that. We have a guy who, you know, we all know was very close to Jeffrey Epstein, who ran a historically notorious pedophilic ring and doesn't want to release information about that. And he's here to make us safe. Really? Is that how that works? Did he make us safe when you had an effort to overthrow the government of the United States, apparently on his behalf, and he exonerated all those people? He pardoned all those people, some of whom were doing sentences of 20 years or more. You know, what do traitors get? And yet he let them all go. Let's put a little finer point on it. Here's the truth. The Republican states, meaning the ones that voted for the last Republican candidate for president in the last election cycle, have been more homicide prone for 25 years than the Democratic states. In fact, 24 out of those 25 years, you stood a better chance of getting killed in a Republican state than a Democratic state. 24 out of 25 of those years. The difference has been about 133%, meaning if 100 people get murdered in a Democratic state, there's 133 adjusted for population getting murdered in a Republican state. Republicans are terrible at public safety when they're not committing crimes themselves, which this president does all the time by all indications. When they're not doing that, they are endangering their people. And yet, for some silly reason, that is not a message that my Democratic Party has been able to get across. Well, here it is. We do not need an invasion led by an insurrectionist who is a 34-time convicted felon who's violating the Constitution. We do not need an invasion of a city, and Philadelphia is that city, that is enjoying a more than 50-year low in homicides. That had a record year last year and is doing better and better and better. And that is basically going on with all of these Democratic, largely majority minority cities that are led by mayors of color. That is what's going on with all of these cities. It is totally unacceptable, and I certainly will do everything in my power to tell them if they're going to F around, they're going to find out.
So tell us what the find out stage would look like. I mean, what you are able to share. Let's just say he targets Chicago next, which is what the plan seemed to suggest, but then comes to Philadelphia after that, or who knows, maybe he comes to Philadelphia next, this time not selling golden sneakers for $499, but putting the military on the streets. What do you do about that? How do you fight that, both with legal authority, moral authority, and just the power of the people?
Well, thank you for raising moral authority, because we don't talk about it enough. We basically say, what can he get away with? That is how depraved our public discourse has become about the president of the United States. What can he get away with as he keeps moving the goal line when it comes to the Constitution, when it comes to the laws, with his hack Supreme Court? And yes, he has at least 4 hacks on that Supreme Court. We're hoping it isn't 5. So we do need to talk about morality and not just law, but it's very clear this is completely illegal. The president does have the ability to mess around more in DC than he does in the states. And that is because of the 10th Amendment to the United States Constitution, which specifically says that he cannot commandeer local law enforcement to do whatever crazy thing he wants to do. He cannot force local law enforcement to go after immigrants, for example. That is work.
Now, if you were here at the start of this video, you heard Stephen Miller said that the federal government is they wipe out whatever the state government wants because they are the larger government. You heard Stephen Miller make that assertion that because they are the federal government, they can do that. Ignoring what the 10th Amendment to the Constitution, ignoring the Constitution in totality. So these are the things that I want you to understand, that this man is trying to pull the wool over the eyes of the people who are over there watching Fox News on a daily drip of ignorance, and they are actually believing this is true because Stephen Miller came out and said it was so, and actually accused the Democrat Party of being a terrorist organization, and this is what they're being fed. Do you understand why they like uneducated voters? Like that ignorant motherfucker who came in over here in my chat and thought that he was going to talk some dumb bullshit. He or her, I'm pretty sure it was a her, who thought that they were going to come over here and talk dumb shit in my chat. A bunch of propaganda in my chat. No, this is not the place where you go to talk propaganda, bitch. This is where you get some historical facts, motherfucker. Something you obviously don't know.
For a federal agency known as ICE. So we're going to go to the courts. We still have courts. Sorry, President Trump. And we are going to bring it to them the same way California has brought it to them, that this is an illegal invasion in many different ways, that it's completely unacceptable. But we have another very important tool, and I want the public to hear this, and I want them to understand that you are not alone. And that important tool is called state prosecution. The President of the United States has zero ability to pardon someone who is convicted in state court. This is why he has not pardoned himself for being convicted in state court of 34.
And this is why ICE are wearing masks, because so they won't be prosecuted in state court where they cannot receive a pardon. Do you think that if more states decided to say, hey, and let them know that your ass is on the line for the crimes that you are committing in our cities? Okay, if you're immigration, why is it that still Barack Obama, what they like to call him the deporter in chief, had still at this point in his presidency had deported more people than 47 has? And you saw none of this shit going on in the street. I am not for illegals just coming all in our country, driving down the wages that these big businesses will pay them instead of paying the American worker a living wage. See, it all goes hand in hand. And why is it that none of these American employers have never faced any retribution for using these workers, undercutting the wages of what? I thought it was American first. If it was America first, then you would not be telling these farmers that you're going to figure out a way for them to keep their workers as you continue to take their workers. It's nothing about this is America first. This is all about money. This is all about money and power. So let's be clear. More of these states should start arresting the ICE officers instead of letting their police department work hand in hand with ICE. But I'm going to give you another bit of information. It's basically impossible because when the muskrat went into all of our government agencies, there is a story out that the muskrat has released all of the Social Security information of all every American citizen and have them on a unsafe server. He was warned about it and he put it on the server anyway. There was also reports that the Social Security Doge office allowed ICE into the Social Security office to get allegedly to get the Social Security numbers of people who were undocumented but were giving the work only Social Security numbers. They have a class of Social Security numbers that they were giving to these undocumented workers. They went as far as to give them a Social Security number so they could take taxes out of their checks that they would never get back. But so ICE was given full authority to go into that. ICE was also giving full authority to go into all of the services of health and human services. Why does ICE need the access for health and human services? They were given that. So ICE has been giving all of our information, but they walk through our streets masked, talking about, oh, well, they're going to dox ICE agents. They're going to do this to ICE agents. What is ICE agents going to do to the American people? That's my question.
For felonies by my, I would say reform prosecutor colleague in Manhattan. This is why it hasn't done that. So if what you have is a group of ICE agents, or you even have the military coming into Philadelphia, and they're committing crimes. They're committing assaults that are illegal, homicides that are illegal. They're kidnapping people. They're engaging in unlawful restraint, which is a crime in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. They're obstructing the administration of justice. If you have people coming in, military, ICE, whoever it is, acting beyond their legal authority, they can be prosecuted, assuming they commit crimes, in state court. And they cannot be pardoned by the president, which means they get to tell a Philadelphia jury exactly why it is that they thought they could invade this city, and they get to bear the consequences, whether they are handcuffs, a jury trial, or a jail sentence. That's what they get to bear. I ain't backing down. Frankly, I'm a little tired of some of my, elected Democratic colleagues for not standing up, but I really
And I am as well.
do want to commend those profiles and courage. We've seen Governor Pritzker organize a group of governors to resist this fascistic nonsense. We've seen the mayor of the city of Chicago, who has never flinched from standing up. We got Gavin Newsom in California standing up these days a bit. We need to applaud that. We need to stand up. We need to be on the right side of history. And if it means a short trip to jail, so be it. For me, I've been there before. I don't mind.
Talk to us about that as well, because for me, as a non-political person,
Okay, so this link is in my description box. That motherfucker said, "Fuck it." I've been to jail before. A lot of people went to jail when they were fighting for the rights that are being clawed away from us. Dr. King had gone to jail a many of times. If you don't, you want to see the rest of that, go check out my description box, and don't forget to hit the like button. I would greatly appreciate that. Now, let me. I thought that this analogous was interesting. The frog in boiling water. If you, I don't know the story, but it seems to go something like if you put the frog in a pot and then start boiling the water, the frog would never know when it is sitting in boiling water, thus meaning cooked. So as opposed to you throwing a frog in boiling water. I guess that's how it go. I don't know the fable about this, but I kind of get it.
Between sudden and gradual peril. In one particular context, it prompts an important question. When will we know? When will we really know that we are officially under authoritarian rule here? Remember,
we know it now. If you don't know that you are under authoritarian rule, you're crazy. And if you're acting as if you're not, you're crazy. If you're acting as if they're not coming for you, isn't that what certain Jews did when they, in fact, came for them all? If you are sitting around here acting like nothing in this world has changed and nothing is going to affect you, you're crazy.
for that when you consider all of the breaking stories and headlines we woke up to this morning. As we speak, there are more than 2,000 armed soldiers, military, patrolling the streets of our nation's capital, Washington, D.C. The federal task force managing the D.C. takeover says that the majority of those troops are carrying their service-issued M17 pistols, while a number are packing M4 rifles. At the moment, orders are to use those weapons, quote, as a last resort in response to an imminent threat of death or serious bodily harm. Troops are not making arrests, not yet at least. We should be clear, members of the United States military are among the finest and bravest and most noble men and women our country has to offer, period, full stop. The fault in everything we discussed today does not lie with them, but with the person giving them their orders, the country's elected commander-in-chief. Donald Trump today, in the midst of signing executive orders ending cashless bail and criminalizing flag burning, again suggested he'll send troops to Chicago and maybe also Baltimore, potentially putting nearly 4 million Americans under this dark new rule of law, law and order regime in America. Then he said this.
As you all know, Chicago's a killing field right now. And they don't acknowledge it. And they say, we don't need him, freedom, freedom. He's a dictator, he's a dictator. A lot of people are saying maybe we like a dictator. I don't like.
Who are these people? Who are these people that says they may like a dictator? Now, this was on Monday. On yesterday, he also said, laughing, and his whole boot-licking cabinet was sitting around the table at that long cabinet meeting of ass-kissing that they gave him. He also laughed about, well, you know, I'm getting crime off the streets, and people say they don't like a dictator, but if I get crime off the streets, some people are saying they'd like a dictator. 2 days in a row. If you don't know, now you know. Yeah. Who makes a joke about themselves being a dictator? When they were asked, what would he do on his first day? He said he would be a dictator, and he didn't not say he would relinquish his dictatorship on the second day. He said on his first day he would be a dictator. That's what he said. Let's continue. While somebody want to come in here and talk about voting for the Democrats, let's talk about what he said and what he continues to try to normalize and make it seem like it's a good thing.
Like a dictator. I'm not a dictator. I'm a man of freedom. He's a dictator. He's a dictator. A lot of people are saying maybe we like a dictator. I don't like a dictator. I'm not a dictator. I'm a man with great common sense, and I'm a smart person. And when I see what's happening to our cities, and then you send in troops, instead of being praised, they're saying you're trying to take over the republic.
Quote, I'm a smart person, says not so many actually smart people, but okay. Is the water hot enough for you yet? Just so you know, Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker is expected to address the potential for troops arriving in his city, the city of Chicago, at any moment. We're monitoring that for you. But just as important as the what in these matters today is the why. Because, well, the Trump administration will publicly, in statements like that, say that these drastic, unprecedented measures are designed to fight crime. The reality is that, as far as we can tell, so far, it is not about that. It's a show of force. New York Times tracked incoming defendants to a federal courthouse in Washington, D.C., people appearing before a magistrate judge who would otherwise be dealt with at a local court level if charges were ever filed against them at all. Quote, one man had been arrested over an open container of alcohol. Another had been charged with threatening the president after delivering a drunken outburst following his arrest on vandalism. And one defendant's gun case so alarmed prosecutors that they intend to drop the case. To defense lawyers and even some prosecutors, many of the cases that have landed in court have raised concerns that the takeover seems intended to artificially inflate its effect because government lawyers have been instructed to file the most serious federal charges, no matter how minor the incident.
Now, we know we saw a drunken Janine Peril come out and say that she was going to be prosecuting any arrest to the fullest. So over prosecution, we're very familiar with that. But and they are saying that this is the longest stretch of time without a murder in D.C. And that is also a lie. That actually the longest stretch actually happened earlier this year. So why does that make me for murder? Because I state the fact over the lies that they are telling. Now the National Guard is out there picking up trash with empty. Hey, Styles with Tisha. Hey, Deanna. Now they're out there picking up trash with half-filled trash bag at the National Guards. That's what they're out there doing right now. Not even half filled. I say with the corners filled with trash out in the park, picking up trash as the cost of DC National Guard is costing $424,000 per day, and the cost that it would cost DT to house the homeless would only be $169,000 a day. So make it make sense. make any of this make sense? And if you also was unaware that the United States has been added to the global human rights watch list over declining civil liberties. If you just didn't know these things, I'm just trying to give you information. What else do I have back here? The Pentagon has been planning military takeover of Chicago for weeks as Trump threatens Baltimore. These plans have been on the horizon for weeks. What is this? Oh, let me see what this is. Peter Thiel, Musk, Stephen Miller, and Russell Vought realize their king is sick and dying. This is why they are ramping up towards dictatorship, to make sure their groomed boy toy J.D. Vance has all the power to do their bidding. Because they are saying that by hook or by crook, they want J.D. Vance to get into office, but they don't think that people would take J.D. Vance seriously. So now, if you don't know who Russell Vought is the one from Project 2025. He is over the OMB in the White House, who I showed you on that secret tape where they didn't know that they were being recorded, him saying all of the things that they would be doing in the White House to get all of the things that Project 2025 wrote out. They were going to do everything they could to get them enacted. Also, if you also don't know, the administration is tasked with saving all of their transcripts, all of the transcripts, emails, logging telephone conversations for the archives, and that is something that every administration has to do and has known that they have had to do. Well, Christine Noem came out and said they have not been doing that since April 9th. We do know that in that that secretly recorded conversation with Russell Vought, that was one of the issues. He said the guy who was going to introduce the guy with the secret recording said that they plan to do things in a way that they cannot get a FOIA request for. Kind of like that Signal chat where the messages delete automatically that the Pentagon was using to give details about a strike. They had already said that they were going to make sure the things that they are doing would not be FOIA-able. FOIA. FOIA, Freedom of Information Act. Where a reporter or even you as a citizen can go request the information. They were going to make sure that there would be no information to request. And Christine Noem came out yesterday and said exactly that. See, all of this stuff that they're doing, they are leaving no paper trail. So I said all that to say that.
Which brings us back to where we started. When will we know? When will all of us know we've crossed into something new, into authoritarianism? Bill Maher, of all people, this weekend had a theory about what comes next.
Oh, fuck Bill Maher. Bill Maher was licking boots until the other day. I do not care fuck Bill Maher. He's been talking shit. Oh, the loony left, they're too progressive. They're too this so easily. The weed smoking California dude, the rich weed smoking California dude can have so much to say about the left and talk about we need to sit down with the right and see what their ideas are, and obviously half of the country agrees with them. No, half of the country is stupid. And another a quarter of the country are so stupid that they didn't even bother to vote. I say they are dumber than the ones who did vote for 45, 47. Sitting on their ass, and now these motherfuckers, you can see the rumblings of the danger that they understand, they may not fully understand, that they hear that everybody go on what I heard this one say, I heard that one say. They don't have any facts. Now there's rumbling of political conversations in different chats in this fucking stupid sector. And Sir King, I'm really surprised at Sir King. Sir King actually said that if you have extra money, you should get into crypto. Sir King, I need you to understand that crypto is not secure. The main investors in crypto there is nothing tangible in crypto. It's not like you can go and buy something with crypto. All these meme not meme coins. All of those what is it? What am I trying to say? There's nothing tangible in crypto. What is the other thing that I'm trying to say? Not meme coins. All of these coins that they have absolutely no value. And the thing about this is the people who have the most money invested in them can snatch the carpet from under you and leave you with absolutely nothing. And you have these idiots out here telling you how much crypto is increasing and how much look at how it's going. It's not going up for you dumb motherfucker, because you ain't got no money. These motherfuckers act like they little $15 $20 in crypto, and because crypto is going up, as soon as the motherfucking big people in crypto take their money out, it's gonna leave you without your $15 to $20. You're not gaining a motherfucking thing. You went in with nothing and you gonna leave with nothing. And crypto is one of the most unregulated markets in the United States. Why do you think 4547 got his wife in there? Look at all the people who lost all their money when they bought that meme coin, Melania meme coin. It was up to something. They introduced a Melania meme coin, and it was selling for thousands of dollars, right, or hundreds of dollars. Don't quote me. It was real high. She made millions off that coin. You know how much that coin is worth now? 20 cents. It's worth 20 cents, and that was the big hot coin. So please. Yes, meme coins. Thank you. I finally switched back over here. They are going to pull the rug from under them. Yes, they are. I'll take real estate as well. Yes, I would. Okay, so I don't know how I got off on that, but let's go.
Basically, it's always been a fairly crime-ridden city. This is our nation's capital where elections are decided. And then because the crime is so bad.
But he never said anything about the criminal who's sitting in the White House, though.
Have other states start sending their troops, not just the National Guard there in D.C., but now at least 6 other states are sending their troops, which then Trump can then federalize. So you're having many states' troops on the ground there, and now they're under federal control. So you have in the Capitol a sort of permanent police presence. So when an election dispute might come up, just hypothetically. I don't want to be a big pessimist, and I'm going to pretend for the rest of the duration that the Democrats do have a chance of winning, and they might win the next election. I just don't think they're ever going to take power, because this is what's going to happen. Because I think this coup is going to go off a lot smoother than the last one.
That slow-moving coup, finally uttered out loud by Bill Maher, is where we start today with some of our favorite reporters and friends. Former Adjutant General for the Illinois.
Okay, so this link is also in my description box. Go check it out. This is exactly what is going on. 4547 said at a senior center or some event where they had no, it wasn't a senior center. It was some Christian event. Go out and vote for me. If you vote for me, you will never have to vote again. So, I don't understand how he thought that would be true. But he definitely insists that if you voted for him in the 2024 election, you would never have to vote again. So that tells you that he doesn't plan on having any elections again, thus his 2028 hats. So let me, we went from the hot boiling water right into a 5-alarm fire.
Reporting to have five. So we got some breaking news just as we were coming on the air tonight. President Trump is purporting to have fired a member of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve. Her name is Lisa Cook. She's been a Fed governor since 2022. She is the first black woman to serve on the Fed board in its 111-year history. And in that entire 111-year history, no member of the Fed's board has ever been fired by any president. And that's not because presidents haven't wanted to do it. It's because a president is not legally allowed to fire members of the Fed board just because he feels like it. The Federal Reserve Board is an independent body charged with setting monetary policy for the United States. It was created to be independent precisely so presidents could not monkey around with stuff like interest rates. Trump has been threatening for months to fire the head of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell, because Trump publicly...
Now, y'all remember, I showed you this clip. Now, the Federal Reserve is refurbishing the Federal Reserve building, or building. Either they're refurbishing or they are actually rebuilding another one. And if you guys don't remember, when I showed you this clip, you see why, you see how Jerome Powell is looking at him. So he comes down there with Rudy, what is his name? From South Carolina. Oh, Tim Scott. He comes down there with Tim Scott. Everybody's head protected except for that ignoramus Tim Scott. Walking around a construction site. They thought that they needed hats, but they didn't even bother to give a construction hat for his big bald head. Okay, so they are down there, and now they stop in 4547 decides to tell Jerome Powell, who he is mad with because he will not lower the interest rate. Why won't he lower the interest rate? Because he has to help float up the economy that 4547 has stuck all these tariffs on this nation, and now we're paying higher prices. So here in comes 4547 with Tim Scott, and then they're talking. He wants to view how the construction is going, and then all of a sudden, if you look right there under his pen, you see there's a little bulge in his jacket pocket. You want to know what that bulge that was just so handy in his jacket pocket? It was a list of overruns that were at the Fed. And then one of the overruns was so huge. He said, where did you get this from, Jerome Powell? Looks at it real quick. Remember, he is in the numbers game, Jerome Powell's. So he looks at it real quick, and he said, where did you get this from? He said, I get it. He didn't even know where he got it from. I got it from your people who puts this information out. And he said the overrun is like I forget how much the price was, and then oh yes, massa added a couple of $100,000 to the overruns. Actually, it's this much, massa. And then Jerome Powell looks at it again, and he says, that building was built 5 years ago. So they were trying to make him look like a fool out there with some bullshit fake ass numbers. That's why he's looking at him like that. I will find it for you, and we will go over it. So Jerome Powell is the Fed chair. So he understands that he can't fire him, but surely nobody is going to be up in arms if I fire a overweight black woman, because we know how people look at people who are overweight anyway, and she's a black woman, and they have gotten way too uppity for my taste anyway. So let's continue.
Insists simultaneously that even though the American economy is totally awesome and the hottest it's ever been, somehow also Jerome Powell is responsible for how terrible the economy is, or something. It's been a little hard to follow. In recent days, Trump has turned his ire toward Powell's colleague, Lisa Cook, claiming that his administration has uncovered some kind of evidence that she committed mortgage fraud. Ms. Cook has not been charged with any wrongdoing. She has certainly not been convicted of anything. But tonight, in a letter to Lisa Cook that he posted online, Trump says he's firing her because of the unproven fraud accusations his administration has produced against her. We have no evidence that Trump's accusations are true. But even if President Trump, harbors doubts about her rectitude or whatever, it's not at all clear that he has the legal authority to fire her on that basis. Like I said, no president has ever fired a member of the Fed board before Trump has announced that he intends to do or is proclaiming himself to have done so tonight. In a column tonight titled in response to this breaking news this evening, Nobel Prize-winning economist Paul Krugman writes this: "We are all Lisa Cook." He says, quote, "The message here clearly isn't don't commit fraud," which would be laughable coming from Donald Trump of all people, nor, despite what some commentators have said, is it all about revenge, although Trump is indeed a remarkably vindictive person. Mainly, Krugman says, quote, "It's about intimidation. If you get in our way, we will ruin your life." Joining us now is Nobel Prize-winning economist Paul Krugman, who joins us on very short notice tonight. Mr. Krugman, it's nice to see you. Thanks very much for being here.
Well, thanks for having me on, though not a great occasion.
No. How serious is this, especially for those of us who aren't economists, who maybe follow a little bit what's going on in the market, but don't know the ins and outs of monetary policy and what the independence of the Fed really means? How much of an alarm bell should this set off for regular Americans just learning about this tonight? This is a 5-alarm fire, because it's not just about Lisa Cook. It's clearly, as I said on my Substack, this is about intimidation. This is saying, it's a message not just, it's not just that he claims he's firing Lisa Cook, although he doesn't. I'm not sure that he has the right to do that, but it's a message to everybody else on the Fed's board, and basically to government officials of any kind, that get in our way, don't act as an obedient minion of Donald Trump, and we will ruin you. We will destroy you. The Fed is, I think it's important to understand that the Fed, the most important thing they do, the most visible thing, is they set interest rates. They're in charge of trying to keep the economy on an even keel and avoid inflation. But they also do a lot of bank supervision, a lot of regulation. And in many ways, the Board of Governors plays an even more crucial role there than it does in interest rate policy. So this is basically an attempt to undermine, corrupt, intimidate the whole process by which we avoid banking crises, the whole way in which we avoid financial crises. If this stands, we immediately become Venezuela, we become Turkey, we become a place where all of this stuff is just at the whims of the strongman in charge.
Now, if you don't know what it means that we become Turkey, they did this in Turkey, and their prices went up 80%. So the link is in my description box. And how did this all start again? Let's refresh ourselves in how this all started. Let me share my screen. I talked about it on Friday and Monday. Because I saw this coming down the pike, and it finally blew up. Let's see how this housing official started it. This is who is over the FHFA, which encompasses Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. He fired hundreds of people who worked in that office, many people who were on the board, and positioned himself, only himself, to take their place. Not just one person's place. He took all the the board members' places. He just appointed himself over the board. I told you about that. He's also the grandchild of a big a home builder. Some built big construction company, a huge construction, one of the largest construction companies in the United States. And court records show that there was a dispute because of this huge company that his grandfather had created. The only person who got anything out of the estate was this man. So you see a correlation here. He puts himself in the position of all of these executives at Fannie and Freddie, the board members. He alone feels the seat, and he alone was the only one who got any inheritance from his grandfather's large construction company. Court records say. Let's get into this.
This is Bill Pulte, Trump's director of the Federal Housing Finance Agency, or FHFA. Now, if you don't know what the FHFA is, and you probably do, but if you don't know, don't worry, you're not alone. It was created in the wake of the 2008 housing crisis to help regulate the mortgage market. It's a very important regulatory agency, and it's supposed to be focused on big picture stuff, like making sure the home mortgage industry doesn't collapse again, given the impact that could have on millions and millions of Americans. But that's really how Trump and his handpicked directors see it. I mean, Trump gave that important job to a 37-year-old Nepo baby, whose grandfather founded one of the biggest real estate development companies in the country. Since taking that job, Bill Pulte has made a few MAGA-friendly changes at the housing agency he runs. I mean, did a lot of things that probably Trump and Doge World likes. He fired more than 100 employees. He put a Doge staffer and one of Donald Trump Jr.'s business partners on the board of a major government-run mortgage lender. And he even tried to change federal housing rules to let people secure mortgages using cryptocurrencies, which, of course, is a notoriously volatile thing to do, and the industry, I mean. But mostly, Bill Pulte seems to spend the bulk of his time doing things that have precisely zero, I mean, absolutely nothing to do with his actual job. For instance, he has spent a considerable amount of his time publicly attacking Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell. In July alone, Pulte posted or reposted more than 100 missives criticizing the Fed chair. That is in no way in the purview of the FHFA director. No way. No, not in the purview at all. And he even reportedly gave Trump a draft letter firing Jerome Powell, which Trump has at least for now declined to use, but we'll see. But that hasn't stopped Bill Pulte from going after Trump's perceived enemies in other ways. I mean, in just the last 2 months, he has used his position in government to accuse several of them of mortgage fraud. Last month, Pulte referred claims of mortgage fraud to the Justice Department about two of Trump's very favorite targets, Senator Adam Schiff and New York Attorney General Letitia James, claiming they listed multiple properties as their primary residences. And needless to say, selectively investigating the president's enemies for potential mortgage fraud is not what the FHFA director is supposed to be spending his time doing, to state the obvious. I mean, as one financial regulations expert told the Washington Post, those investigations would typically be brought by the FHFA's inspector general, not the agency chief. This is like the county sheriff who has his deputies pull over his political opponents every time they drive on the parkway. It's a very astute example, just to stick it in your head. But if you ask Bill Pulte, he says that this is exactly what he was put in the job to do.
This is right in the bullseye of what my job is. I promised before the Senate, before I was confirmed by the Senate, that I would investigate mortgage fraud, and I'm not going to be intimidated by anyone. I'm not going to be intimidated by the media, the politicians. They can say whatever they want. If it's a Republican who's committing mortgage fraud, we're going to look at it. If it's a Democrat, we're going to look at it.
Okay. All right, Bill Pulte. If it's a Republican that's committing mortgage fraud, we're going to look at it. If it's a Democrat, we're going to look at it. That's what he has to say to his critics. Just one big problem with that. Here's the headline from the Associated Press just last month. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton, a Senate hopeful, claimed 3 homes as his primary residence. The AP found that Texas's Republican Attorney General and Trump major loyalist Ken Paxton appears to have committed the exact type of mortgage fraud that Bill Pulte is accusing Trump's perceived enemies of committing.
Say what now? What you say now? Is he getting a letter that he should quit his job? And who else? Someone else. Who is it? Is it Chrissy Nome or no? It's not Chrissy Nome. It's Tulsi Gabbard. Simultaneously have 2 homes, and she is in his administration over Homeland Security. So What we missing here? What are we missing here?
But so far, there is no evidence at all that Bill Pulte is investigating Ken Paxton. Of course there's not. So it's pretty obvious that none of this is actually about pursuing justice or going after mortgage fraud. It's about helping Donald Trump target the people who stand in his way. And that's become abundantly clear since last night, when Donald Trump announced he would try to fire Lisa Cook, a sitting member of the Federal Reserve Board. And what reason did he give for taking that extraordinary step? If you guessed mortgage fraud, you'd be right. As with his other political targets, Trump cited yet another investigation from the same guy, Bill Pulte's agency, as the pretext for ousting Cook from the Fed. But this goes way beyond anything we have seen before. It's not just about the firing of federal board governor, which is a big deal. First of all, she was the first Black woman in history to serve in that role. She has an extensive years of experience qualifying her for the job. And also, it's never happened before. That's bad enough. But this is something bigger. This is part of a larger pattern of Trump attempting to grab power, power that no president is supposed to have. I mean, the Federal Reserve is independent. That means it doesn't have to answer to Trump or to any president, for that matter, no matter what their political party is. And that means Trump wants to crush its independence. He wants interest rates to rise and fall at his command, so he can juice the economy whenever he wants to for short-term political gain. That's what this is about, no matter how damaging to the economy that might be in the long run. And he doesn't want anyone to be in a position to tell him he can't do that. And it's not just the economy where he is attempting to grab power no president is supposed to have. Trump is sending the military into American cities. He's directing the Department of Justice to investigate his enemies. He's ignoring court orders and firing people across the federal government to get rid of anyone who might try to stop him. No matter what he says or claims, the American people don't want Trump to be a dictator. They don't. But that doesn't matter to him because he wants to be one anyway. Joining me now, as promised, is Senator Elizabeth Warren. And I just made the point that there's a bigger issue at play here, which is a massive power grab. But I think for people who are trying to understand what the FHFA is, the importance of it, and it's not been around that long, I just outlined a little bit about the guy who's in charge here, Bill Pulte, and what he is trying to do, how he's using his power and authority to really go after Trump's enemies. Explain to us your concerns about that and what the agency really is supposed to be doing, because it's not this.
So it's exactly like you said. What this agency is really about is in the aftermath of the crash in 2008, is this agency is put in place to make sure that we don't end up with banks and mortgage lenders that engage in massive mortgage fraud that runs the risk of bringing down the whole economy. And understand, it's not that Mr. Pulte is actually using his power and authority. What he's doing is he's using access to individual records of Donald Trump's perceived enemies. And he just seems to be going through the enemies list to see, can he find any place in a complex mortgage document where he alleges someone has had something that doesn't entirely add up. And look, that's all we've got. We've got allegations from a man who's also been making allegations against Jerome Powell, the chairman of the Fed, who's been making allegations about the remodeling of the Fed. In other words, someone who's out there trying to engage in a political hit job. And this just happens to be the data that he has access to. And he's going to see if he can make claims, and that's all they are at this point, claims that someone has violated the law. And maybe that will help Donald Trump get rid of that person and continue in his efforts to take control over the Fed.
Yeah, I mean, this is Lisa Cook is obviously his latest victim, shall I say, Bill Pulte's victim, which is only 24 hours old. Powell's term as chair is up next year. There's another vacancy, of course, as well. Trump has nominated someone. He clearly wants to do this so that he can control people and what happens with interest rates. But what do you make of it, and what concerns do you have?
So understand, you showed at the beginning of the program that cabinet meeting with all those people sitting around the table telling Donald Trump just how wonderful he is, bowing down.
We will get to that cabinet meeting. I have a little clip of that Ask Kiss Fest as well. This link is in my description box. I wanted to refresh your memory if you did not see how 45, 47 and old doofus Scott tried to set up Jerome Powell. Okay. Let's if you didn't remember this, watch this. He was just going there to see how the construction work was being done. And look at this no jaw, no hard hat wearing a fool over here, and watch him jump in to add numbers to the alleged price overruns. Now there are price overruns, and with 45, 47 being in construction, he's very familiar with price overruns. Now, what else did I want to say? There is always, when you are getting any type of construction done to your house, they always say that you should also have a contingency set aside, because what? There's always price overruns. So let's watch this. Let's watch how Jerome Powell shuts him down real quickly, and why he's very, very mad. So he went on to the next person because he got busted too quickly in this lie and humiliated.
It looks like it's about 3.1 billion. Went up a little bit, or a lot. So the 2.7.
Now you see Jerome Powell shaking his head. No. He's talking about the overruns.
It looks like it's about 3.1 billion. Went up a little bit, or a lot. So the 2.7 is now 3.1.
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, it just came out.
Yeah, I haven't heard that from anybody at the Fed.
It just came out.
It just came. It just came out. It came out. The printer is actually in his front breast pocket. It just came out. Oh, so you decided to hit him with this in front of the press. It just came out.
Yeah, I haven't heard that from anybody at the Fed.
It just came out.
Arno said it about 3.1 as well.
3.1.
3.2.
This came from us?
Yes. I don't know who does that.
You're including the Martin renovation. You just added our entire capital. Yeah, you just added in a third building. Is what that is. That's a third building.
Well, no, but it's a building that's being built.
No, it was built 5 years ago. We finished Martin 5 years ago.
It's part of the overall work.
It's not new.
So we're going to take a look.
It's part of the overall. It's part of the overall. What overall? What? He couldn't even finish a sentence. You got busted in a lie, trying to make him look dumb, and it's proved that you are the most prolific, ignorant ass liar it is. But people believes everything that comes out of his mouth, even when busted lying this way. Let me give you this link. I didn't have it in the description box, but I just wanted you guys to revisit that if you had not seen it. Here's the link to that video I just showed you. Okay, so there is so much more. There is so much more that I want to get into on this slide. I showed you Robert Garcia's letter. We did that. So let me show you a clip of what we are spending all of this money in DC for our National Guards to do, while lying about all the crime that they have. Now they're counting. They're counting giving. Arresting people on things that they would have gotten a summons to appear in court for, as them getting rid of crime in DC. So let me share this with you.
An officer of the DC Bar, that these officers are violating my civil rights under federal law, and I will be pressing charges on everyone who has physically touched me tonight, who has applied pressure to me in ways that I will not forget anytime soon. This is tragic. In a country where black men are being killed by people that look just like this, I was sneered at, I was ignored, and I was not told why I was being detained.
What are the names of the two officers holding you right now?
This officer at Costello, he has his name blocked off. I do not know what it is, and I don't want to touch him for fear of my life. This is an FBI agent who I do not know.
Aren't they only allowed to hold you for 10 minutes without charging you?
They are trying to manufacture evidence. I do not have a magazine in my weapon because my magazine is in the trunk of my vehicle, which they would have known if they would have asked me. They did not ask me.
That's a DC attorney that was being held, and folks were filming it because, yeah, we need some more actual street journalists showing what's going on, or else they can continue to do this in the cover of darkness. He was being held as they're looking for something on him. Let's let him continue telling his story. Here's the second half of him being held there.
To the American people watching, this is what calling out a failed system is like. Again, I was walking peacefully down this block, and I was accosted by 20, no less than 20 MPD, FBI, ATF agents and officers. I am not crazy. I am totally sane. I have complied with all of these officers' requests, and 30 minutes after being detained, I remain detained and not created able to go. I do not know what charges. I do not know why I'm being detained. I was given no information. No officers are offering me any type of credence, no type of respite, nothing. Simply stand here, you niggas, and be handcuffed while we wait to find magazines that do not exist, or we will find one for you. I assume that is the case.
He talked about all these different agents from different agencies that collected on him, talking about some gun and magazines that they're looking for, as he told them, as it's legal to have in this country. Last I remembered, it's legal to carry a legal firearm in this country and own one, especially when the magazine isn't even in the firearm, as, again, they refused to find out from him. So, again, all these folks that have always been wondering when this overreaching government's going to come for your Second Amendment rights to bear arms, it's here. Except it's from the guy who said he's on your side.
That has always been here for black gun owners. Let's keep it a buck. For black gun owners, that has always been the case. So let's look at what they have your National Guard out here doing as well.
Napkins, watch. National Guardsmen now in reflective pennies with on the top of their camouflage fatigues, walking around with black garbage bags through parks that I don't see even any garbage in, as they're searching for maybe a straw wrapper, looking for.
Don't this remind you of North Korea, where they have the people that go out and are sweeping the spotless streets? Isn't this very North Korea-ish to you? It is to me.
Maybe someone that dropped a penny or a nickel on the ground. That's what they're being deployed for. That's what they're now being used for. This is the purpose of Donald Trump's military presence in Washington, D.C. He wants it to look normal now. Folks are running in the background on their morning jogs as folks in military fatigues walk around like that. That's what normalization of this stuff looks like. So that.
Let's see what Kamala Harris said during the election. Let's see what Kamala Harris said when she was running. Where is I did not block that bitch who came in here talking that dumb stuff about the Democrats. I didn't block that person, but I'm sure that person is sitting right there in the clouds, but has nothing to say to the facts. We're talking about facts. What did Kamala Harris say when she was running? Let's see.
Donald Trump intends to use the United States military against American citizens who simply disagree with him. People he calls, quote, the enemy from within. Donald Trump said that because he does not want a military that is loyal to the United States Constitution. He wants a military that is loyal to him. He wants a military who will be loyal to him personally, one that will obey his orders even when he tells them to break the law or abandon their oath to the Constitution of the United States. In just the past week, Donald Trump has repeatedly called his fellow Americans the enemy from within. And
how many times have I showed you the confirmation and the budget committee question, Pete Hegseth, if he would obey a order that unconstitutional order to shoot protesters, and Pete Hegseth acted as if that was not a sane question. He acted like that was not a valid question, even when he was told that his predecessor was told to do that by 45-47. Can't you just shoot them in the leg? Pete Hegseth, who is over all of our military, did not say he would not take such an order. So is it far-fetched? Now I want you to understand. She said that. And who was over the military? Somebody who said who would not answer the question if he would take an order to shoot protesters in the leg.
Said that he would use the United States military to go after American citizens.
They said she was overreacting. This woman must be emotional, except everything that she's been saying.
And now The Hill wrote, The Hill actually had the nerve to write, Kamala's new lie, Trump will still send the military after you. So The Hill opinion, did you rescind that, and did you apologize? No, you were complicit in this action that is going on in the United States. You were complicit in it.
Has turned into reality. I'm waiting for the apologies. I'm waiting for the people to say, my bad, I forgot that I was watching him tell us he was going to do all this stuff. My bad. Here are the making jokes.
DC's so safe, the Guard doesn't have any criminals left to chase. They're picking up litter, cleaning up the park so Stephen Miller can take his wife on a romantic stroll under the moonlight.
So is that what our military is for? So Stephen Miller can feel safe. So it's about big balls and Stephen Miller having the feeling that they're safe in Chocolate City. Something we have to keep the people in their houses, not going out enjoying their own city, as these people who come in every 4 years with a new administration or stay 8 years with the old administration, they come in and act as if the people of DC should have reverence to them instead of them blending in with the city that they are coming to. Is this what this is about? That the regular people can't enjoy their own city? The slaves built Washington DC up for the rich bureaucrats and the people who are in presidential administration, Congress, and the Senate. Is this what he's saying? That's what he's saying. Oh, dumb motherfucker. Okay, let me here we are with Governor Westmore.
And the thing that gets me most about this is how deeply disrespectful.
Clarify. And the best things that I saw him saying before, earlier on this week or late last week, was how much he's misusing this National Guard for these purposes.
And the thing that gets me most about this is how deeply disrespectful this is to members of the National Guard who signed up for this job, as I did when I deployed overseas and I led paratroopers in combat, where we signed up with the expectation that the commander-in-chief and the people who was declaring our orders was actually taking it seriously. And the problem is we are seeing a lack of seriousness from the President of the United States to a very serious situation. And that's why I invited him to come to Baltimore, to come be educated, to come learn, so he doesn't have to spout nonsense from the Oval Office and things that are just blatantly not true about what is actually happening and the work that's happening in coordination to make people feel safe in their neighborhoods.
It was never, ever once about crime. So I think Westmore knows that. That's why he continues to push this one point about, I invited him here to see the way we're really doing it, if you're actually concerned about crime. So then when he won't respond to actually doing anything about it, maybe to some people who are thinking past the first phase that he doesn't care about it. He has to avoid looking for solutions to crime. What he's there is for punishment, for intimidation, for occupation. He's a fascist. It's like we already knew that for the people who had some kind of derangement syndrome and listened to what it is that he told you he would do. Look at how far this is going to stretch to. I mentioned his Joseph Goebbels, Stephen Miller, who apparently wants to go out to Washington, D.C. with his wife. That's the purpose of this occupation and the suppression of folks' businesses.
His Joseph Goebbels, he equated Stephen Miller to Goebbels. Now, as last I checked, wasn't Stephen Miller's wife somewhere in Silicon Valley with Elon Musk? How he gonna take her on the way? Are his legs that long? Let's continue. Now, I want to share something else with you. Let's hear 4547 lie on Governor Westmore. Now, I show you the history of Westmore, and let's see what 4547 says about Westmore simply saying if he wants to talk about Baltimore, why don't he come to Baltimore and have a walk around Baltimore, and he could show him Baltimore. So all of a sudden that was said in such a mean way. How, you know, he said that as a threat. He wanted to pretend like that was a threatening thought.
We're doing a real job, and I'm so proud of DC. I passed it 2 days ago, and all the garbage is off the streets. It's terrible. I came in a month and a half ago. I'm driving down, and I see garbage all over the place. The streets were a pigsty. Like I won't use the city's names, but you know what I'm talking about. There are plenty of them outside of this country and inside of this country. Baltimore is a horrible deathbed. It's a deathbed. I know Governor Moore said, oh, he wants to take a walk with me. He meant it in a derogatory tone. I said, no, I'm the president of the United States. Clean up your crime and I'll walk with you. But
he wanted to take a walk with him and show him his city. But oh, no. He meant it in a derogatory tone. There's a little more I want you to hear.
It's tremendous crime, but he was trying to be derogatory. He doesn't have what it takes, but he's trying to be derogatory. And I met him at the Army-Navy game. They said, oh, there's Governor Moore. He'd love to see you. He came over to me, he hugged me, shook my hand. You were there. He said, sir, you're the greatest president of my lifetime. I said, well, it's really nice that you say that.
He said what? He said what?
I said, well, it's really nice.
He said what now?
He said, sir, you're the greatest president of my lifetime. He hugged me, shook my hand. You were there. He said, sir, you're the greatest. And you were there. He said, sir, you're the greatest president of my lifetime. I said, well, it's really nice that you say that. I'd love you to say it publicly, but I don't think you can do that, so it's okay. But no, sir, you're doing a fantastic job. I want to just shake your hand. Thank you very much, Governor. That was it. And then...
Okay. So then I guess who tried when that was disputed, guess who tried to come back and prove that Governor West was actually groveling behind 4547. Guess who tried to prove that? Guess who tried to prove that? None other than Fox News. Let's see Fox News.
A bit of he said, she said brewing.
Okay. He said that there is a little he said, she said brewing. So he's Westmore denied ever saying that he was the best president of his lifetime. But so Fox News decided that they needed to get to the bottom of this, because guess what? We found the video when Westmore actually met 4547, and we're gonna let. And do you think they would preview this shit before they put it on air? Here we go.
This a bit of he said, she said brewing between President Trump and Maryland Democrat Governor Westmore.
I met him at the Army-Navy game. They said, oh, there's Governor Moore. He'd love to see you. He came over to me, he hugged me, shook my hand. You were there. He said, sir, you're the greatest president of my lifetime. I said, well, it's really nice that you say that. I'd love you to say it publicly, but I don't think you can do that, so it's okay. And then every time I see him on television, he's knocking the hell out of me. So, but that's all right. That's called politics.
Knocking the hell out of him. Westmore is posting on social media saying that President Trump can't walk, but maybe he should walk the streets of Baltimore. It didn't take him long to respond to the president there in the Oval Office. He said, LOL, keep telling yourself that, Mr. President. It'd be wild, though, if only we had the footage that President Trump had referenced about them meeting at the Army-Navy game. And thanks to the art of the surge on Fox Nation, we have the footage.
It would be wild, though. Well, what would be wild about it if you had previewed it? You're trying to say, okay, let's see.
Mr. President, welcome back to Maryland, sir. Welcome back to Maryland. It's good to see you.
It's in person, too.
Thank you, sir. Great to see you. Great to see you. And great to have you back here. Thank you.
Where's the hug? I didn't hear that. I didn't see that hug.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Well, we are very, very anxious to be able to work closely with you, and I know the key bridge is something that we're specifically focused on. It's going well. I mean, we spoke with Speaker Johnson yesterday, and Speaker Johnson says he believes that we're close to the 100% cost share. And the thing is, I told him when we get that 100% cost share done, we are going to be able to open the key bridge under your watch, because I will have it done in 28, on time and on budget.
We'll help you out.
Thank you, sir.
We didn't hear their greatest president ever, but we did hear a lot of enthusiasm and so excited to meet you, Mr. President. Who's telling the truth? We'll let you decide.
Hey, Sean Hannity. We saw a politician being a politician after a boat knocked down of the bridge and making sure that he could get all of the money out of the federal government that Maryland needed. That we saw a politician doing his job. We didn't see no hugs. We didn't hear no greatest president on earth. And now, if we had seen that, they had a gotcha moment. But they didn't get anyone but themselves. Then he tried to reconfigure it into something that you did not see happen. So I just I thought that it would be helpful if you saw that. Oh, no, that was 2 weeks ago. I don't want to show you anything that old. Okay, let me share this with you. Hold on 1 second. Here we go. Yeah, I'm gonna show this. I may have to remove this from my video. I'm not sure. I'm using this for news and information.
President, where they said that there are times for real issues and real people, and that's what we're dealing with. But what we are facing right now, literally, is a petulant, vindictive individual who has no bottom, who has no ethics or morals, and who literally will attack anyone and everyone and no sense of decency whatsoever. And that was exhibited this weekend with his attacks on you.
Yeah, it's just sad because, he's spending all of his time coming at me because he doesn't want to talk about his record. That's the thing I think people should always remember. When he is making these absurd claims. You know why? It's because he doesn't want to talk about the fact that his economic policies are making life more expensive for everybody. He doesn't want to talk about the fact that his trade war is making food more expensive. It is making clothing more expensive. It's making energy prices more expensive. He doesn't want to talk about the fact that his policies are, in the state of Maryland alone, are kicking 250,000 people off of health care. He doesn't want to talk about the fact that his policies have now kicked over 680,000 people off of food assistance. He doesn't want to talk about the fact that he has now laid off over 12,000 Marylanders, fired over 12,000 Marylanders who are federal workers, the largest number of any state in this entire country. He doesn't want to talk about the fact that his policies have cut funding for local law enforcement, for violence prevention groups. His policies have cut funding for gun violence programs. So what do you do when you don't want to talk about it? You actually just lob insults and you try to distract. And he's been doing this his entire life. And so I wasn't terribly surprised when he took to the airways to talk about how he wants to activate the National Guard. Doing something that frankly is not going to be sustainable, is not going to be scalable, is unconstitutional, and also something that is deeply disrespectful to the members of the National Guard. But also then taking it because every time he's talking about nonsense, he's not talking about the fact that his policies are making life more difficult for everybody every single day.
And the thing here is this here. He literally believes that he has the right to do whatever he wants. And you have to have a legal reason to make this move. Normally, the process is that a governor makes the request that goes to the federal government. He believes he can just do whatever he wants when he wants.
So I'm very glad you said that, because people will sometimes refer to the Insurrection Act, right? And that's the justification that he's using to activate the National Guard. And I said, okay, that's fair. But if we want to get technical, let's get technical. What is Article 2, Section 3 and Section 1 and 2, and what does Article 4, Section 4 of the Insurrection Act talk about? It actually talks about, to your point, Roland, it talks about the idea that it requires the state to, once they say they have been overrun or they have had all their resources exhausted, that they then have to send a formal letter and invite the federal government to come on board, which is not the case that we have seen for a single time that the president wants to talk about the Insurrection Act. And so you're absolutely right that that there's, I've taken.
And that is not what Stephen Miller was putting out to the gullible Fox News audience. See, facts matter. Facts matter over here. Let's continue.
I've taken a few oaths in my life. I took an oath when I became a soldier, and I joined the United States Army. I took an oath when I became the 63rd governor of the state of Maryland, and when I became the commander-in-chief of the Maryland National Guard. I take those oaths seriously. And one of the oaths that I took was that I would always not just protect this country against all enemies, foreign and domestic, but that also as a soldier that I would follow all legal orders. Now, we have to remember that what the president of the United States is doing oftentimes is picking and choosing what parts of the Constitution to follow and pick and choosing which parts of the laws that will actually work to his benefit and to his favor. And so that's why this activation that he's doing of the National Guard is deeply problematic on a collection of different levels. But one of them is that you do not have the authority to be able to make those moves without some type of state ask or some other type of state build. And that's why I've been very clear. I will not authorize the members of the National Guard to be activated if I do not deem, as the commander-in-chief of Maryland's National Guard, if I do not deem them to be mission critical or mission aligned with what's being asked.
The thing was,
Okay, so that was an add-on. I will drop this in the chat. You can see the rest of this interview. This is what's going on. There is also with that Lisa Cook, who he is trying to terminate. He actually came out with a second letter that he wrote to her. So, this is also why it is important that we have independent agents in the Fed. So 4547, after his alleged firing of her, and she said that she is going to fight it in court. She is not taking this as herself being fired. Let's continue.
Breaking news last night, late for me at least. Let's go ahead and put this up there on the screen. Donald Trump issuing a new letter to Dr. Lisa Cook, a member of the Board of Governors of the United States Federal Reserve. He says, quote, "In light of your deceitful and potentially criminal conduct in a financial matter that cannot and I do not have such confidence in your integrity. At a minimum, the conduct of your issue exhibits the sort of gross negligence in financial transactions that calls into question your competence and trustworthiness as a financial regulator." I think we can safely say Trump is using a pretext of alleged mortgage fraud by Dr. Cook as to fire her from the Federal Reserve. So,
but he has nothing to say about the man in Texas who helped him redistrict seats. He has nothing to say about Tulsi Gabbard, the woman who is in his administration. No, they don't want you to know that the same allegations that he's bringing, unproven allegations that he is bringing about Lisa Cook, is in his administration and has helped him secure seats in Texas. No, let's not talk about that.
I'm not even going to get into the Federal Reserve, like the mortgage stuff, because honestly, even they know that it's not the real cause for firing. This is about the Fed. Now, let's explain here about the board.
Now, he's going to explain to you why it is important that the Federal Reserve is not aligned with any political ideology. Now, this is why it's important.
Board of Governors.
This is what now it has been skirted out that he wants to put Tom Bessent in charge of the Federal Reserve. You know, Bessent, who stutters and stammer and has a give when he's trying to figure out a lie. That Bessent, that's who he is thinking about allegedly thinking about putting in Jerome Powell's place. And God knows who he's thinking about putting in Lisa Cook's place.
For the Federal Reserve, Trump has had a long-standing feud with Jerome Powell over their refusal to lower interest rates. Powell did say recently in his meeting that he would consider a rate cut coming up in the future, which sent the stock market up some 2%. But that is not even close to the liking of Donald Trump. Now, previously, a member of the Federal Reserve Board had actually resigned, which allowed Trump to fill that seat. One of the reasons why Trump in particular wants to get rid of Cook is that she was one of the more controlling votes on backing Jerome Powell's strategy, whereas if she is gone, that would actually give Trump not control per se, but people who share his views of on the Federal Reserve Board, which would influence the direction of the overall interest rate cut. So there has been a lot of market reaction to this. Federal Reserve, we'll talk about this in a bit, but the Federal Reserve amongst the markets and amongst the economists is the sacrosanct institution. You can't touch it. You can't even say anything about it. And that explains some of the market movement now as a result. Let's go ahead and put this up here on the screen. For example, immediately after the announcement, you saw this large dip in the United States dollar. We can put the Wall Street Journal story up here on the screen. It's actually quite interesting the way they put it. They say, quote, uncharted waters, Trump's attempt to take charge here of the Fed. The intention to fire him could give sway over the central bank's rate-setting power. So again, let's just hammer home. That is what this entire fight is all about. Now, Dr. Cook has actually responded to this and has said that she has not been fired, that she will be contesting this in court. This will all come down to the Supreme Court, most likely, over Trump's ability to influence the Fed. It is actually very complicated. There was a recent Supreme Court ruling about the quasi-legal status of the Federal Reserve, where the president does not have the unilateral authority to remove somebody just because he doesn't like what they're doing, but does have the authority to remove somebody, quote, for cause, hence the mortgage fraud or whatever. And maybe it is true. I don't know. But my point is just that's the reason. Now, this is a more open for discussion type of thing where I think there are a lot of actually very interesting views. I've spent all morning kind of engaging with them about the role of the Federal Reserve itself. And there, as I said, on Wall Street and amongst the conventional economists, like Federal Reserve independence is sacrosanct. It's not supposed to be democratic. I personally have a very, very different view of that. I think the current worry, even amongst people who share my view, is that this will just be Trumpian to its most extent, which could result in financial disaster. And I'm not writing that off at all. So anyway, that's the set.
Where I find myself.
Okay.
I mean, that's the thing is like, this is a Trumpian power grab. Like, consistent with the taking a stake in Intel and with the tariffs and with, you know, the crackdown in DC. You know, this is Trump consolidating even more power. And so while
Okay, so I just wanted to thank you, Melissa King. I appreciate you. Of all people, he wants to discuss integrity. Of all people, you are exactly right. That link is in my description box. Now, Now you see, he has written 2 letters to announce that he is firing somebody he does not have the power to fire. But why was there no letter about him firing this person? Now I have talked about, I think his name is, it's not Gorka or something to that effect. I have talked about him now. This is the person who is responsible for hiring people who work in the White House. You know, they have to do their background checks and all of this. And there were people like worrying, well, when is his background check going to go through? And there were people who were coming out saying that he wasn't born. He said he was born somewhere, and the people were coming out and said, no, he was born in Russia. There were allegations that this guy was actually born in Russia. And he didn't do his own background security check. So there was no announcement about this, but there was no announcement that the person who put the reporter on that signal call, that signal chain, where they were giving classified information under an unsecure chain. He was over the national, I think he was over the NIH. I forget his name. There was no announcement that he was fired. The announcement was that he had gotten they had made him a dignitary over, I can't remember, over somewhere. Mike, what is it? His name was Mike something. So they didn't technically fire him. No, they gave him, they made him an ambassador to some country. So technically, when it's their people, they really don't fire them. So was there any announcement about this person being fired, and why would he be thought to be fired?
The president has just fired the director of presidential personnel at the White House, the person in charge of hiring people into the Trump administration. I'm sorry, I misspoke. I said he fired him. He actually named him to be an ambassador, because in this second presidential term, Trump doesn't fire anyone anymore. When he wants to fire someone, he instead just makes them an ambassador. And it's always because of some kind of mess. Trump's national security advisor, you'll remember, he bizarrely added the editor-in-chief of The Atlantic magazine onto an insane group text about classified forthcoming military operations. Michael Waltz, Trump national security advisor, did not get fired for that. He instead was named ambassador to the United Nations. Trump apparently wanted to get rid of the U.S. attorney in New Jersey so he could give a big New Jersey job to his former personal defense lawyer, whose other legal experience was mostly just working for a parking garage company. Well, okay, in that case, you're going to need to get rid of the existing U.S. attorney in New Jersey. So voila, that existing U.S. attorney in New Jersey will now be the ambassador to Namibia. Sure, why not? The president's son, Donald Trump Jr., appears to be no longer dating the Fox News personality Kimberly Guilfoyle. Well, congratulations, Kimberly Guilfoyle. That means it's time for you to be named ambassador to Greece. The president's inexplicable IRS commissioner choice, Billy Long, a professional cattle auctioneer by trade, he astonishingly got confirmed by the United States Senate to lead the IRS, whereupon he arrived at the IRS and there was a sudden widespread revelation, oh my God, this man cannot lead the IRS. So now, voila, Billy Long is named the new ambassador to Iceland. This is what happens. You don't get fired, you become the ambassador to some country that doesn't deserve it. And now we have this latest one, Sergio Gore, the head of presidential personnel at the White House. He is credited by the administration with vetting and hiring something like 4,000 people into this administration. And boy, have they vetted and picked some winners. We don't know why Sergio Gore has suddenly been pushed out as the White House personnel director. They've announced that he's going to be ambassador to India now for some reason, but this follows a bizarre series of reports in the right-wing pro-Trump tabloid, The New York Post. Reports in which the Post claimed that Sergio Gore's real name was Sergio Gorokovsky, that he claimed to have been born in Malta, but that he had not actually been born in Malta. He had been born in Soviet Uzbekistan. And again, the New York Post claiming that while Mr. Gore himself was supposedly responsible for background checks and security checks on all administration, the Post reported that he himself for months had refused to fill out the paperwork to allow a background check on himself, which meant that he had only been able to get reportedly a temporary security clearance, and then that reportedly had expired. After the New York Post published its report on Mr. Gore in June, they said he finally did submit his SF-86 form to start his background check months late. And then, according to the Post, quote, several sources said that the FBI recently completed a background check into Mr. Gore. The findings of that review stoked internal intrigue over the past week as those findings were, quote, reviewed by West Wing bosses. And now he's been fired. I'm sorry, I mean, named ambassador. Again, this is New York Post reporting, and NBC News has not matched it. I'm just telling you what the New York Post has reported and not what I can confirm. But if there's ever a watch what they do and not what they say kind of moment, maybe it's the day that Donald Trump called a press conference in the Oval Office during which he mused out loud about whether his political opponents were fat, and then opined on what he called the inherent violence of something he called the, quote, Chinese carp. Okay, that's what he said. But meanwhile, in terms of what he's doing, well, they did just remove the guy who oversaw the hiring of everyone in the Trump administration in this second term. And even one of the most pro-Trump newspapers in the country reports alongside that inexplicable move that this gentleman has reportedly been lying about his background in the Soviet Union, and also something about his background check this past week turned out to be a real problem, and so he had to be given a soft landing.
Okay, if you didn't hear about that, I just wanted to share that information with you. How frightening. How who is over our government? So that hoghead man went from cattle auctioneer over the IRS to an ambassador to Iceland. Make it make sense. Make any of these hirings make sense. None of them make sense. Thus, it's a mess. Did you? I'm gonna pull up the story that the United States have been busted spying on Greenland. If you didn't hear that story, I will find it. Now, I have been talking to you. I have been talking to you about all of these data centers that take up a lot of energy. Not only do they take up a lot of energy, they also take up a lot of land and water. And one of the reasons that they are worried about these data centers is because in the big busted budget, they had a provision in there that said that there could be no state regulation over AI. Now, in this data center in Memphis, it is polluting toxins all out in the air. The deal was sealed under an NDA, NDA, what is it? Non-something disclosure. NDA. What is that? Also, the one in Texas that I brought to you, the people who live around this land were not alerted that there will be a data center there and constant construction work going on around their homes, and their water in their wells that they lived off of being leached with turning the well rusty color. Now, come to find out, that was Meta AI in Texas. It was Grok AI in Memphis, and they are amassing more and more land without telling the people who actually live on this land. Now, there has been another AI that was approved in a private meeting with someone in the state. This is in, I think it's in Arizona. This is in Arizona. However, the people, this is for Amazon, a data center. Now, can we all agree that all of these billionaires who are wrecking all of our land? I also talked to you about the data center in Ohio, where they are buying up tons and tons and tons of property. At least they are buying up the property, but they're not buying up all the property. So there are some people who are just have to sit in the mud and the construction all over them. That was who was he for? Was it Intel? Intel, yeah. The what is his name? Wes, the owner of Victoria's Secret, who is also connected to Elon Musk. I gave you that story last week. Now, let's see what Amazon tried to do. Now, they don't tell the people in the city that they are actually trying to come to the city, but Amazon was able, these people were able to deny them the rights to build a data center in their area. And so I want you to understand that most people don't even know that these data centers are coming to their area. So if you hear about a data center coming to any area near you, take heed to be able to fight it.
A massive data center proposal. Tucson just became the first city to reject a massive data center proposal, and it only happened because of a huge community uprising.
The people who are paid to represent us are falling down on the job and just completely betraying us.
We are in a desert, we are in a 30-year drought. The map doesn't add up.
I have zero trust of whatever these people are telling us. They're saying they're going to reclaim water. They can't make water out of nothing. Can they make it rain? Maybe they can. I don't know.
I was on the ground to cover it day by day. I talked to residents, lawmakers, and lobbyists to tell the full David versus Goliath story of how one community took on Amazon and won. Let's dig into it. First, we have to rewind to day one when I landed in Tucson on a Monday afternoon.
It started with a town hall meeting. These sessions are really propaganda sessions for the corporation. It's all just been people from the corporation, from Tucson Electric Power, and from Tucson Water to make the case to the public for why this is a good idea.
Okay, so they've already cut the deal with the electric companies, like Elon Musk for his Grok. They agreed to build a whole new utility electric company in that area of Memphis, because they are using so much electricity too. People are also concerned about their utility bills increasing on the sly. Now, Arizona already has a issue with the utility bills, especially electric, increasing because, excuse me, their utility companies are owned by private corporations instead of being state-owned or county-owned utilities. So they have been faced with increasing utility bills going higher, big increases in their utility bills as it is. So you can understand, if you're not paying attention, This could be slipped in on you if you are not already worried about any other company coming into your city, is what I'm saying. But because they were already heightened because of the price of their utilities as it is. So let's continue.
During a 2-hour session, some in the audience stood up to ask tough questions of the city and the company behind the project, Beale Infrastructure, a San Francisco-based corporation backed by Blue Owl, a $30 billion investment firm listed on the New York Stock Exchange. Upon completion,
Now, a $30 billion company, and I want you to hear how many jobs. They always try to say that, oh, we're bringing jobs. I want you to hear how many jobs, and how many of the jobs are permanent jobs. Let's hear about the jobs. Now, for them to say that they're bringing these few jobs in, once the data center is up, surely you're going to have some permanent employees. But hey, let's hear how many employees they're talking about bringing in, since they're talking about bringing jobs.
it would
Oh, wait a minute.
listed on the New York Stock Exchange. Upon completion,
Okay, I want you to take a look to the roof of this building. These are carbine, carbine, not engines, carbine. Oh my goodness. These are generators, carbine generators that they use to power whole cities. This is the problem that is happening in Memphis. Remember, they have made a lot of regulation non-existent for these companies, especially in the big but bloated bill. They want these companies to go through as few regulations as possible, to the point where Elon Musk had 33 carbine generators running, polluting the air in Memphis, and never bothered to get a permit to run one. Now, these are what they use when there are natural disasters in cities to power whole cities. And he had 33 that he never got a permit for. And these people are breathing in the air, wondering why is the air so dirty, why they can't breathe, why why they're having all of these respiratory problems. On the roof of this building to the far right, you will see we see 8 right there on the roof. So let's continue.
it would have had power capacity of 600 megawatts. That's enough to power every home in the city of Tucson. The corporation is trying to secure a deal requiring the city to annex the land the data centers would sit on, allowing them to procure the massive amounts of water directly from Tucson Water.
The water and electricity requirements will increase by maybe double over the next 5 years. Are we prepared for that?
I can only speak.
Could Tucson, Arizona, in the desert, be prepared for that? Using their water increase would go up 2 times as much as it is already in the middle of the desert, in the middle of a drought. What do you think? I think they don't give a fuck.
For what's in the development agreement for the water portion, because the water is in the development agreement. All of the water infrastructure and maintenance, and then up.
Now, they put the water in the development agreement. And look who is answering about the water.
Because the water is in the development agreement. All of the water infrastructure and maintenance, and then upgrades will be paid for through the water rates, which will be assessed by Tucson Water.
So you're going to have to pay for the water. They're going to change the rate, the water rates. And that's how they're going to pay for using double the water for a company worth $34 billion. They're going to change your personal water rates. in an agreement that they snuck in undercover and already had that water agreement in the actual agreement for this data center. Did you hear what I said? And she's laughing.
You are asking us to trust Christina with our water when she worked on Meta's data center team for the last 6 years while they were bleeding Georgia dry.
Now, where's your smile now, Christina? Somebody Googled who you were, bitch, and found out you were bleeding Georgia dry when you were working on Meta's data center. But I guess you were so successful at getting it for Zuckerberg that Bezos decided to use you too to fuck over the people. Now, where's your smile now, bitch? And now look at this other one, got his hands over his mouth. Let's hear all of this again, so you can be clear on what these billionaire corporations of AI, who is alleged about to actually face a bubble itself.
Through the water rates, which will be assessed by Tucson Water.
You are asking us to trust Christina with our water when she worked on Meta's data center team for the last 6 years while they were bleeding Georgia dry.
By no means am I asking anybody, even the mayor and council, to just trust the word of Beal or even staff on this project.
Deals are for rich people and big companies to make a lot of money. I'm a Native American, so I've seen this many times before.
We are so mad and we are so angry and tired.
Right.
We're here to hear you.
There's a difference between just hearing and listening.
Yes.
The way the data center developers went about the project was deeply troubling to many people here. Beal Infrastructure worked behind the scenes with Pima County's Board of Supervisors to try and secretly approve the sale and rezoning of county-owned land for a secret big tech client. That was until journalists from the Arizona Luminaria got their hands on some documents, which led us to our second stop, to talk to one of the reporters who got the scoop.
We found out through a document that was included in a public information request. We were able to report that the end user of Project Blue was Amazon Web Services.
If lawmakers welcoming data centers claim it's good for the community, why was this project so shrouded in secrecy?
That's been a big question that I think organizers are asking.
I walk pretty slow anyway.
Victoria just moved into this new house with her husband, just a few miles from Project Blue's proposed construction site.
Our concern is obviously that this data center and the high water use will further deplete the water table, and that this and other wells around here will go dry as a result.
She's deeply worried about the potential water usage in an area prone to droughts.
If you knew that a data center could be built near here,
I would have looked elsewhere.
you wouldn't have bought this house.
No, I think it's just more corporate greed and big companies thinking they can do whatever they want.
Exactly. That's what it is.
This is the site for the proposed 290-acre data center facility that the company wants to develop here in Tucson. But it currently sits just outside city limits, which is why the company needs the mayor and the city council to sign off and approve an annexation of the land so it can tap into the city's water supply. Project Blue would require an 18-mile pipeline to be built connecting the project site to Tucson Water. We wanted to ask an independent water policy expert about this idea, the kind of voice that many in the audience at the town hall wished they got the chance to hear from. So we met up with water policy expert Andrea Gerlach, a professor at the University of Arizona.
Is there enough water, given cuts,
that are sure to happen on the Colorado River.
It's a hard question, is it enough? And what you think the value is. We just have to decide of all those users, what's most important.
The river did not always look like this. So this is some historic photos from 1889, just a little further up the road. And you can see how wide and sprawling the floodplain was. It was about a mile wide.
Angel is with Reconciliación al Río, an initiative focused on the ecological and social restoration along the Santa Cruz River.
Purple pipes, if you're in Tucson, you're familiar, it is reclaimed effluent water. When those of us hear that a data center could be using more than 6% of our annual water use, we have to ask, where would that water be better implemented?
We asked the developers from Beal Infrastructure for an interview through their PR rep. They responded that they are, quote, only responding to written questions now based on past biased media coverage and editorials in this community. With so much.
So they will not talk to any media because of editorials. If the editorials are not factual, it would seem like they would want to get the real facts out and clear everything up, or is it that they don't want to address the facts? I think it's the latter.
Much opposition, who's actually backing Project Blue? We met up with Pima County Board Supervisor Rex Scott, who cast the deciding vote back in June to sell the land to Beal Infrastructure. It's a dry place, and water is a fight here.
Absolutely.
So why did he decide to back a project that so many people here think is a terrible idea?
I am not.
This motherfucking long-haired motherfucker look like a inchworm by the face. Why would he do that? It doesn't look like he's living bad at all. He got waterfalls running, a big pool in his backyard. It doesn't seem like he's concerned about water conservation at all. He's unaffected. That's what I'm saying.
Just enthused with the vote that I took. I'm proud of it.
This is a battle between tech billionaires and people, working class folks who want to protect their water. Do you see this as a fair fight?
I do, because we're talking about 1% of our total water portfolio, 6% of our reclaimed or recycled water.
Supervisor Scott says he doesn't think the people should be able to vote on this.
He doesn't think that the people who are affected by this data center should be able to vote. He thinks that him and his board members who got together behind the scenes should only be the only voices that matter. The people didn't even know that they were behind the scenes putting this bad deal together. And he doesn't think that they should have a vote on it. That's why it was kept secretive. Had not, they were doing a FOIA request. You know that FOIA request that this administration is making sure that there's no paper trail to the things that they are doing. If had not this reporter did a FOIA request and just happened to see one line item about this, nobody would have still have known about this.
I don't think that in a representative democracy that you put everything to a public vote. I make decisions as a normal course of my responsibilities as a county supervisor. The same can be said for.
And this is why your local elections matter. Because he thinks that him being the county supervisor, you should be held to whatever standards or lack of standards that he signs on to. Your voice doesn't matter. Only time your voice matters is in your vote. This is why it is important to vote in these local elections. Let's continue.
For council members.
Which brought us to City Hall. It's 112 degrees here, and we're at City Hall, and there's a line of people around the block who are here to oppose Project Blue. What made you come out to wait in line outside?
I think it's really dangerous that Amazon as a company is trying to come to Tucson to extract our resources.
Everything that we've heard so far has been from the company that's going to profit off of it.
I'm a Tucson native and I'm actually 7 months pregnant, so really for the future of our family.
Inside, city council members were in heated discussion about the project.
So we're moving on to item 8.
And then a motion to kill Project Blue came up for a vote.
Your Honor, I think we got to take the vote.
Let's vote. Item passes.
And just like that, in a surprise, unanimous decision, the project was dead, at least for now. The developers promised $250 million in tax revenue, 3,000 temporary construction jobs, and 180 permanent jobs. But their contract committed to
180 permanent jobs. Let's see how many jobs. Look at the face, the agony of defeat in these faces right here. But let's see the number of jobs they were
item passes.
Promising.
And just like that, in a surprise, unanimous decision, the project was dead, at least for now.
These first two rows, those are the faces of the defeated, the agony of defeat. Now let's hear the jobs.
The developers promised $250 million in tax revenue, 3,000 temporary construction jobs, and 180 permanent jobs. But
3,000 temporary construction jobs. Build your own demise for us, and we will give you a construction job, and we will hire 180 people. And they're not saying if there would be 180 people hired from the city. I assume that they think that this is a give of jobs, 180 jobs from a $38 billion company that is going to link into your water supplies and have your bill going up higher for their needs to make profit. Are you kidding me? So the bill is the build is shut down, as they say, for now. So I wanted to share that with you. These billionaires are going out here just doing whatever they want to our land if you're not paying attention. So let me share the Trump Sovereign Fund. During his bootlicking session, they were talking about all this money that they are taking in. You asking about all this money that they have been taking in. Now they say that they are going to create possibly some type of United States solvent fund. That's where the United States will be buying into more businesses. Isn't that some type of socialist type of program? And they also asked 4547 about what will he be doing with all the money, and he said, well, we're building up a lot of money and we'll possibly have some rebate checks going out to the people. So he is going to, if all else fails, he is going to try to send you $500 or $600 and let you know that you are in on the wealth that this nation is taking in. Ciao, bye.
I guess the question is, where's the line?
Oh, there. So as I always tell you on this channel, guys, follow the money. And when it comes to Donald Trump, you not only just follow the money, you want to track the money, triple check things, because when money's around Trump, things tend to disappear, as you guys know. That's about today's video, and we have to talk about this because today Rhetoric is laying out more of their plan. Effectively, are we using government money to buy up private companies and take control and try to make your buddies rich off of this stuff? That's what it sounds like to me. So let's watch a little bit.
I guess the question is, where's the line?
Oh, there's a monstrous discussion about defense. I mean, Lockheed Martin makes 97% of their revenue from the U.S. government. They are basically an arm of the U.S. government. They make exquisite munitions. I mean, amazing things that can knock a missile out of the air when it's coming towards you. But what's the economics of that? I'm going to leave that to my Secretary of Defense and the Deputy Secretary of Defense. These guys are on it and they're thinking about it. But I tell you what, there's a lot of talking.
So he's saying that the United States government is thinking about buying into Lockheed Martin. What about Palantir?
That needs to be had about how do we finance our munitions acquisitions. I think a lot of that is talking. And now you have the right people in the jobs and Donald Trump at the head thinking about what is the right.
So what we're seeing.
So now we are looking at how do we get in on some of Lockheed Martin's product share. How do we get a voice in Lockheed Martin and some of the money? They make more money off of the government because you are purchasing their products. That is why they make more, because they are creating products that you want to purchase. So everybody who has a good product. Now let's be clear. They did not purchase anything to get that 10% Intel stock. They are only have that 10% stock with no money put forth. The Japanese were the ones who put money to float in to keep Intel afloat. Let's be real clear. So the only thing that they want, so if you make good cookies and they want a share of your, this is some mob type shit. This is some mob type shit. And Lutnick is sitting up there with that stupid shit eating grin, the same billionaire who said if his mother-in-law who's 92 didn't receive her social security check, that she would not call them because she's not a fraudster. Only fraudsters would call if they didn't get their check, while she's got a billionaire as a son-in-law. So I just want you to understand who's talking to you.
Suggesting here, so I guess the U.S. government's taking 10% take in Intel. Now we're suggesting that we're going to take over the government, I guess, and the Trump people take over Lockheed, and then are we just going to now start picking, you know, whatever company to use taxpayer dollars to acquire said things, and then Trump's going to brag about how rich everyone's getting? Is that our plan now? And you have to understand that a big part of who the Trump people are, and you can talk about the U.S. in general, is selling weapons. It's actually worth quite a bit of money. I know you guys like to talk about Epstein stuff nonstop. I like to talk about the money stuff because I think it matters. And on top of that, who's in charge of trying to sell U.S. weapons?
The U.S. is basically arms dealers. That is what the U.S. Basically is.
To be someone like Hegseth, and this is Hegseth here, who's the guy is, I guess, our lead weapon salesperson. What does he have to say?
And get along to go along. And, you know, start doing Meet the Press and going to the Council on Foreign Relations and spending time with all the new cocktail sipping crowd. That's not why I'm here. I'm here because President Trump asked me to bring warfighting back to the Pentagon every single day. Right. That is our focus.
Isn't this like a sick joke? So this is our head salesperson for U.S. defense, right? That's why he's always out there giving speeches. But he's like, I'm not about the cocktail parties. Trust me. Yeah, right. And then we got the sovereign wealth fund, because people keep asking me, where's the money going, be it from the tariff money or anything like that. Well, I want to mention this stuff because people don't talk about it enough. I'll show you guys there. This is when they're signing it, talking about the sovereign wealth fund. Easiest way to explain it. Where can we, collect a whole bunch of money and then the big slush fund and then funnel it to various companies, either Musk companies, various buddies companies for your, nonsense AI or crypto stuff, that kind of thing.
Next, this is an executive order. This charges your Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent, and your Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick, to begin a process that will hopefully result in the creation of an American sovereign wealth fund.
It's a very exciting event. We're going to have a sovereign wealth fund, which we've never had. We have a lot of things that create wealth, and you're seeing that over the last 2 weeks. I think we've created more wealth. Other people have created de-wealth, the people, my predecessors.
We have a lot of things that create wealth. We're talking about a private company. We have a lot of things that create wealth. The government is not in the market of creating wealth. Who is this we have a lot of things that create wealth? So what he's telling you is that any wealth that a company makes is a part of the government. Now, what does that sound like to you? What does that sound like to you? Who is this we?
Creating a lot of wealth. Scott, maybe you'd like to say something about it, and I'd ask also Howard to say something about it.
Yes, sir. This is very exciting. We're going to stand this thing up within the next 12 months. We're going to monetize the asset side of the U.S. balance sheet for the American people. We're going to put the assets
for the American people, they're doing this for. This is who they want to be over. This is who they want to be to take Jerome Powell's place. Scott Bessent. Now, what are you saying, Scott Bessent? We're going to stand this thing up and we're going to make more money for the American people. When I'm going to get my money, Scott? I'm not asking for the government. Oh, so you're going to give me handouts from corporations that have made profits? You mean to tell me that I get a handout from that as well? I thought that the Republicans were against handouts. So do you think that a government that says that they are against handouts and you should pull yourself up by your bootstrap, who go in and invade corporations for a percentage of their fucking earnings, are going to give it to you? That make sense. That's why what Scott Bessent is saying makes no sense.
assets to work, and I think for the American people, we're going to put the assets to work, and I think it's going to be very exciting. We're going to study best practices as done around the world. It'll be a combination of liquid assets, assets that we have in this country, as we work to bring them out for the American people.
So, I mean, you guys can see it there. They're talking about.
So this is who they want over to be the Fed chair. He made absolutely no sense. He, however, is a billionaire himself as well. So a whole lot of word salad. But if you have common sense, you know that this is bullshit. Let's continue.
Sovereign wealth fund. Oh yeah, we're going to put our assets to work. Like they're treating the government like this fund manager thing, and that's why Trump wants to hang out with all these Wall Street people, etc. And then if you're one of Trump's buddies, oh, you're handing out money. Oh, right, I want to be your friend, and that's why Trump will sell tickets via his crypto thing to White House dinners. That's why he wants to build a ballroom. Again, guys, follow the money. But I understand if you look at American news today, we're all talking about Crackle Barrel. And I guess they're going to scrap their logo change. That was literally the headlines on CNBC today. And I mean, sure, this is part of business.
Gave away $11 billion. There's no sovereign.
The Trump people basically destroy the economy and effectively steal the money. I mean, and they were talking about it in public. Listen to this stuff.
Exactly would these stakes be assessed to prevent politicization?
Well, let's be clear. There's no sovereign wealth fund now. We're not spending the American taxpayers' dollars on anything, right? Biden gave away $11 billion and Donald Trump took back, right, an equity stake for the money that Biden had given away. We're not starting a sovereign wealth fund. What you're going to see is you're going to see a national.
And she was about to say something, right? She's like, wait, what are you talking about? We're not like, didn't you just talk about the sovereign wealth fund like a few months ago? Like what is this guy even talking about? And so that's why these people are completely untrustworthy, and it changes everything if you pay attention, right? Because you're just like, hey, you just told me something like a few months ago. Like, why are you changing the story now? I mean, you guys, that's why I'm showing you guys this stuff so you can see it with your own eyes. Listen to it again.
Biden had given away. We're not starting a sovereign wealth fund. What you're going to see is you're going to see a national and economic security fund built with the Japanese money, the Korean money, and other countries' money. They're going to give us money to build our infrastructure out in.
Okay, so the Japanese are going to give us money to build our infrastructure out. Well, why don't you build your own infrastructure out? So are we a welfare nation? The Japanese is going to give us money to build out our infrastructure. Why? So now you notice that I did tell you that Intel was the one that the Japanese were the one who propped up Intel. So now all of a sudden the Japanese are going to give us money. This makes no sense. This is who is in our administration. He is over the Commerce Department. This fool.
America, those are the deals that Donald Trump made using his tariffs, not using money from the tariffs, but using the commitment of these countries that fundamentally understand a strong and powerful America is necessary for the world to be successful.
And you know, when he says necessary, I mean, I totally trust this guy. So he's claiming, I promise we're not going to use any money from the terrorists. It's totally going to be money from Japan and Korea and, you know, UK or whatever. Oh, yeah.
So if it's not from the tariffs that come from Japan and Korea, you're saying we're not going to use the tariff money to build up our own infrastructure, and they never say anything about reducing our debt. They only say things that increase our debt. They have never mentioned one time bringing down the United States debt. And let me be clear with you guys. While they're talking about all of these tariffs, and while they're talking about all of these pie in the sky ideas that other nations are going to create with us, other nations are leaving the United States to their own devices. They are dealing with the United States as much as they have to, but be clear that other nations are the Chinese, Japan, one other nation are putting deals together to trade with one another and leaving the United States out of any trade that they have to do. The United States media don't like to talk about the BRICS much, but the BRICS have way many nation in that have come together to trade in their own money or with gold than the G7 does, and have more spending power than the G7 does. The United States is being isolated, and I've told you that because you have people on here talking to you about now this is a billionaire. He knows better. He absolutely knows better. But see, the thing is not to get anything for the American people. The thing is to secure wealth at the top for the wealthy. That's what the thing is. Let's continue.
It's necessary. It's totally, and this is where like you can't trust these people, right? And we're talking about the biggest money out there, be it, you know, money for weapons, defense, however you want to call that stuff, be it for retirement money, Social Security, these kind of things, like the biggest money out there, and they're trying to get their hands on all of it and take their cut. I just want to make this really clear, guys. Follow the money. Don't ignore this stuff. I know on YouTube it's most popular to talk about Epstein this, Epstein that. Guys, I really know. I'm not stupid. But unfortunately, people just ignore the money stuff. It matters. And I'll make this also really clear to people who watch Fox News, because I know people do. They're like, oh, yeah, we should be really concerned about someone who steals a candy bar because they got the wrong, you know, skin complexion. Oh, and they stole a candy bar. Oh, my God, look how terrible this is. While these Trump people are going to basically effectively steal everyone's retirement. They're trying to change the rules so that the private equity have more access to your 401k, so they can throw it in their experimental and nonsense project so their buddies can get rich selling you crap. That's what it all boils down to. You do have to see this stuff, though, so you know I'm not just making random crap up. And they're trying to pretend the sovereign wealth fund thing isn't real when literally he signed an executive order about the sovereign wealth fund. Like, what? I think they're trying to hide the money here. That's what I'm mentioning it for.
The extraordinary size and scale of the U.S. government and the business it does with companies should create value for American citizens. If we are going to buy 2 billion COVID vaccines, maybe we should have some warrants and some equity in these companies and have that grow for the help of the American people. So I bring all these things to.
If we're buying 2 billion in COVID vaccines, maybe we should have a share in something that we need to buy. Well, if over my lifetime I bought let's say 100,000 roll of toilet paper, should I then have a stock in a toilet paper company? Should I then have stock in Scott Tissue? Let's go back.
To buy 2 billion COVID vaccines, maybe we should have some warrants and some equity in these companies and have that grow for the help of the American people. So I bring.
We should have some warrant and equity in these companies that we are purchasing things because we need them, and this is where we can buy them from. Just because, so therefore, you know, I need your product, and that's why I'm purchasing it. So give me a percentage of your company. Go in there and tell somebody that. The next time you go buy something, go tell them that. I'm purchasing this, so I need a percentage of your company. What sense does that make? But this is this administration. Let's continue.
All these things together, I think Scott and I will create an amazing sovereign wealth fund for you, sir.
Oh, we don't have a sovereign wealth fund.
If we lump this stuff together, we're gonna have a great sovereign wealth fund for you. If we go around like the mob and take percentages of company, we're gonna have a sovereign wealth a budget that you can do a slush fund for you to do whatever you want. That 200 million ballroom, don't even worry about it. How would the sovereign wealth fund be for him? How would the sovereign wealth fund be for him? He has he's the president for 4 years. So the sovereign wealth fund, it seemed, would be for America, if the sovereign wealth fund has even been created for America. Or does 4547 plan to be in the White House forever, spinning his wheelchair in that $200 million ballroom that he's creating? You got to pay attention. The words matter. Words matter. They're telling you out of their own mouth.
I don't know what you're talking about. What money? What money? Where'd the money go? I don't know. Right? Isn't this laughable? So I said, if you actually listen to these people, they're such ridiculous liars. It's the whole thing is insane. I feel like I'm going crazy if people don't pay attention to stuff. But I understand you really care about Cracker Barrel, and I grew up in Oregon, and I don't know what Cracker Barrel is. So I apologize that I don't know what it is. So there's that.
I know what it is. I don't give a fuck about no goddamn Cracker Barrel. Why would I give a fuck about Cracker Barrel when the biggest story that I heard out of Cracker Barrel is not them changing their logo, is their discrimination and being sued so many times for their discrimination. Even though shit, I have been to Cracker Barrel and fuck Cracker Barrel. They don't even sell fried chicken liver anymore. You know, and then after all the discrimination lawsuits at Cracker Barrel, fuck Cracker Barrel.
This was the headline today. Trump's move to take over the Fed adds more uncertainty to the economy. Great. Let's just fire everyone. Put in your own people. Let's skyrocket inflation up to 1,000,000%. Why not? And then you got this. This is also what I think is a pretty serious headline. You know, serious news. So
this is the thing that I said about what Doge did with all of our Social Security number. I had it on another thing. I didn't know he covered it too. So we'll listen to it now.
Security official says Doge compromise Americans' data. Wow, just exactly what I want. Just screw with our Social Security, leak our data out, whoever.
Now, this was a whistleblower that came out with this story. Charles Borges said that sensitive data was uploaded to a digital cloud, risking the security of critical personal information for more than 300 million people. Okay, let's see.
Think crypto is going to save America. Seriously, that's their plan.
We might have to hold dollars in order to match against it, or even for treasuries.
Well, we are going big on digital assets. So Trump administration has made digital assets a priority. Past administration starved and almost made extinct a lot of these companies and pushed it offshore. So what we want to do is apply the highest U.S. regulatory and AML standards to digital assets, especially stable coins. And I've seen estimates that just over the short term, stable coins could create $2 trillion of demand for U.S. treasuries and treasury bills.
When Scott Bessent is clearing his throat, you know he's looking for a lie. You notice he did not say with any type of positivity. It could. I could have been a boy if I was born with a penis. I could have been a boy. Your aunt could have been your uncle if she was born with a penis. A lot of things could have happened. But what is more likely?
Yeah, that's their plan. Is going to be stable coins, digital assets, crypto, etc. And if you have Trumper people in your life,
And this is who is allegedly is going to take Jerome Powell position over the Fed. So this link is also in my description box. Oh my God. So let me see what else I wanted to share with you guys on today. I missed yesterday. There was a problem with YouTube yesterday. That's why I wasn't able to go live yesterday. That's why I was unable to go live yesterday because of the problem that they had with YouTube. I was unable to collect all my notes, and I save my notes in a way where I just need to copy and paste all my links that I have in my description box. But YouTube was messing up yesterday, so I was unable to copy and save and use my links. So now, if you guys are unaware, the Palestinians have, by their own math, have killed, what is it, 83% more civilians than Hamas. 83% more civilians were killed in Palestine than actual Hamas members. And these are the people who Israeli is counting. They refuse to use the Palestinian ministry's account because, you know, if you are a Palestinian, you cannot be trusted. That includes the children. We hear them say that they bring up the children as Hamas and blah, 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 blah. Okay, so now, on yesterday, if you were not aware that the Israelis struck one of the largest hospitals in Palestine, you know, there is our own American doctors who have volunteered to go over there have talked about the harrowing shit that goes on in there and the people that they have to work on and the type of working conditions they have to work under them, amputating limbs without any anesthesia, all types of horrific crimes that they see, children with shot in their heads, in their chests, in their genitals. You know, on certain days it's genital days, on certain days it's chest day, on certain days it's head days. This is what the doctors who are volunteering in Palestinian are saying. But all of that is ignored. So they struck a hospital on yesterday, and they are notorious. It is said that they are notorious for waiting until ambulances or help shows up, and then they do another blast. And the Israelis have denied that has happened. They found a whole, I think it was 12 or 13 ambulances that were buried in the sand. And the Israelis denied that they had done that. And when they got the forensics from these bodies that were buried in the sand with their ambulances going to actually do work, then the Israelis came back and said, oh, well, you know, we thought we were being ambushed, and because they did not have their lights on. And then one of the dead person's phone was found, and he was recording, and you see ambulances with their emergency lights on. So that was another lie. Just lie after lie after lie, and the United States still feeds them bombs. So this hospital was attacked yesterday, and the phone that they found was one of the ambulance workers, and they found him dead. So let's be clear. This is not unheard of happening over there. They will not allow the press there because they don't want the press to see what they're doing. So papers like the Associated Press and other outlets have independent Palestinian journalists who are giving them the information, since they will not allow Western press or any other press to go in and make their accounts. So now, I think it was 5 members of last week one guy from the press was killed, and they said that he was actually they were actually hunting him down to kill him, and he was killed along with 5 other members of the press. And then they gave a story that he had an Al-Qaeda cell, a Hamas cell, not a Al-Qaeda, that he was running a Hamas cell. And they were like, how are you saying that this reporter who is reporting all these stories had a Hamas cell? When did he have a time to have a Hamas cell when he's working as a journalist and putting out actual news? So we are clear. We are clear to why this person, if we're not clear, we should be clear, because he was putting out a lot of news. They don't want the news to be put out. So at this hospital, they struck this hospital. They waited 15 minutes, and they struck the hospital again when there were people standing. You could see them standing. It looked like a stairwell that had been blown, like the outer wall of the stairwell had been blown apart, and they were standing on the in the stairwell and helping people who had been hurt. And then all of a sudden, another bomb comes and rips them apart. So they waited until help came, and they whipped them apart. And what did they say? Oh no, they were a part of Hamas. These were Hamas people. Oh no, it didn't happen. They denied it happened. And now, then they said, oh no, we were shooting at a camera that was aimed at the IDF, and all of these lies, and lies. Now they are. I would be remiss if I did not tell you that they are people all in the streets of Israel denouncing what is going on. Denouncing what is going on. And so the heat got so hot. Now they have come back and said that they apologize. They apologize. This happened in broad daylight. This is the shit that they are doing in broad daylight. And they are not sure if they had a command to strike, or they're trying to make it confused, like, oh, well, we're not sure if they were commanded to strike, if there was a lone gunman, a lone gunman that struck. But that wouldn't be the first time. And they promised an investigation, like the investigation into all the ambulances that were buried. We have not got any results from that, and that was months ago. We have got no results from any of all of these investigations that they are doing. So here's that story.
So we covered this horrible story yesterday, and I am going to play the video again just as a reminder and, warning before I play it that it is deeply disturbing. The IDF struck Nasser Hospital, which is the most significant hospital in the Gaza Strip at this point. And then they waited 15 minutes for journalists to arrive to document the damage, for ambulance crews, civil defense personnel to come in to rescue those who had been impacted. They waited 15 minutes, and then they struck again. They murdered, I believe it was 20 people, 5 of them journalists, by the way, and also, again, a number of civil defense workers. That bombing, that strike, was caught on camera. Again, warning, this is disturbing. Let's take a look. So you can see them just blown apart. And the So you can see them just blown apart.
Hold on. I'm going to have to reopen this. I made a mistake. Let me share this again. Okay. Oh, that's not what I wanted to share again. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Let me get out of that. I always make a mistake, and not always. Sometimes I make a mistake and do that. So, where are we? Let me reshare that with you. Excuse me. I just want to know if you the thing about all of this is going on in 2025 by people who ancestors were victims to the Holocaust, and I just find it crazy that we would be seeing this in 2025. Now, let's hear all of their excuses. I'm going to share this with you again. This is in my description box. Israel crocodile tears over killing aid workers. So here we go.
And to rescue those who had been impacted. They waited 15 minutes and then they struck again. They murdered, I believe it was 20 people, 5 of them journalists, by the way, and also again a number of civil defense workers. That bombing, that strike was caught on camera. Again, warning, this is disturbing. Let's take a look.
لا حصل الآن خليك يا الله راح الدفاع المدني قتلوا الناس.
So you can see them just blown apart, and the damage was utterly catastrophic. So because you had 5 journalists killed, number of whom actually work for Western outlets, there was a significant outcry. You know, when this happens to Palestinians who aren't attached to any sort of Western organization, this just happens and no one says a goddamn thing. But because these journalists, courageous journalists, were working for Western outlets, there was a bit of an outcry, including some comments from President Trump that we'll play you in a moment. So in response, the Israelis did what they have done occasionally when they felt this sort of international pressure. They've claimed this was a mishap. Oh, we're so sorry. We're going to launch a full investigation to find out what went wrong, as if this isn't part and parcel standard issue Israeli government IDF policy. Here is a spokesperson for the IDF issuing a statement in English, by the way, expressing how they're going to look into this and how they're going to launch an investigation.
We are aware of reports that harm was caused to civilians, including journalists. I would like to be clear from the start. The IDF does not intentionally target civilians. It's begun this war, created impossible fighting conditions, and is preventing its end by still holding 50 of our hostages. Having said that, as a professional military committed to international law, we are obligated to investigate our operations thoroughly and professionally. The Chief of the General Staff has instructed that an inquiry be conducted immediately to understand the circumstances of what happened and how it happened. As always, we will present our findings as transparently as possible. We regret.
As always, for example, when?
Any harm to uninvolved individuals and are committed to continue fighting Hamas.
We regret any harm, Sagar. We don't intentionally target civilians. Let me just lay on for you guys. This came out recently. Even by the Israeli military's official figures, they say that 83% of the dead are civilians. And we know that is actually far below what the actual percentage of civilians is, because they count all men, basically, all men over the age of like 15 as being Hamas or some sort of militant. Even by their standards, 83% of those who have been killed were civilians. So at this point, for them to claim that they don't intentionally target civilians and regret this mishap, we're going to look into it, we're going to investigate. I don't know who believes this crap at this point.
What was crazy to me was actually the initial response was, let's put E3 please up on.
Now, let's hear the initial response before they got all of this backlash.
Screen, because this is really important. Originally, the Channel 14 in Israel said that this was Hamas's Nasser headquarters and said that they had, quote, identified a surveillance camera used for intelligence gathering, saying it was used by Hamas militants, and then fired the tank shell to, quote, neutralize the threat. The strike was approved and coordinated with senior command. They knew about it before it was being carried out. It was only after it was caught on video, basically on what, live television, that they came back and they're like, oh, actually, it was a mishap. Like, no. I mean, it is just emblematic of everything that we've seen on camera.
So they made an excuse that they saw a camera and they decided to take it out. Bullshit. We get a lot of bullshit, and nobody is just shocked at this. Are you going to be shocked when this tyrant in the United States, who's putting the military out on the street, when it gets so normalized to people who are not being physically assaulted now, they start getting physically assaulted. The old adage where they came for the machinists and I didn't do anything because I was not a machinist. They came for the unionists and I didn't do anything because I was not a unionist. And then they came for me and there was nobody to speak up for me. This is a old Jewish quote about the Holocaust. Now, who is coming for the Palestinian people? This had so many Israelis in the street calling for an end to this war. Why won't Netanyahu end this war? Netanyahu is actually up. He was due in court and he had a bellyache, alleged food poisoning. Netanyahu is a war criminal, has been declared a war criminal. If Netanyahu has to fight in all of these strange patterns to get to somewhere when he leaves Israel, why? Because if his plane goes down in particular countries, he will be arrested as a war criminal. But he was just in the White House a couple of weeks ago. And this shit don't let you know the mindset of the person that we have sitting in the Oval Office. If it doesn't, it should.
With Tony, whenever we interviewed him here, the former Green Beret GHF whistleblower, is shoot first, ask questions later, if at all. And basically fire at will if you want to. Everything is Hamas. Cameras are Hamas. Any camera there is Hamas.
Right.
The degradation of a hospital or of any civilian infrastructure, reporters, etc., they all deserve to die. Initially, by the way, a lot of the pro-Israel accounts were saying that the journalists and or others, the people who were killed in the strike, were all Hamas. Anyway, so why do we even care? And then the IDF beclowns them because they say, what do they say? They're like, well, actually, it was a mistake. Yeah. After they've spent hours justifying the strike.
Spinning and saying, oh, they're all Hamas. And I want to, we can play a little bit of, let's see, what is this? DE5. This is one of the women, one of the journalists who was killed is a woman who's featured in this video that was put out to support Gaza's journalist women. That's her actually right there. Her name is Mariam Abu Daga. Apparently another one of the women who was featured in this video, her husband was killed by the Israelis. And, I just want to put a name to these individuals. They're not just, statistics in all of this, even though, of course, there's so many. You could never say all of their names. Hassam al-Masri, who was a Reuters contractor, Mohammed Salama, and Al Jazeera, worked for Al Jazeera as a cameraman. As I said before, Mariam Abu Daga, she was freelance, worked with AP and others. Incredible photojournalist, by the way. Her work, people have been sharing it. It's just extraordinary. Ahmed Abu Aziz, freelance contributor to Middle East Eye and others. And Moaz Abu Taha, who was freelance and contributed some to Reuters and other outlets. And, you know, the way that these outlets, even when their own people were murdered, covered this was also shameful. But that's the reason why the IDF even felt the need to pretend like they cared and like this was a mishap and you know, something that they don't do every single day. We are now at somewhere around 250 journalists who've been killed by the IDF. And it's really clear, like they don't want people to be there to document their genocide. That's why they don't allow international journalists from outside to come in. The people we're talking about here are all Palestinians who work freelance for these various news organizations so that those news organizations have some sort of a window into what is happening inside of the Gaza Strip. The Israeli government doesn't allow journalists in because they don't want their war crimes documented. And then they
Okay, so this is in my description box. I have one more thing to share with you. You know, 45, I have a lot of stuff that is in my description box. But I've been on here so long, and I have to let the dogs out. But I cannot I would be remiss if I would leave without showing you this. The Rosa Parks of 2025. Let me make sure that I put her up and share this with you. If you guys are not aware of this old lady who went to the YMCA to exercise. This is in my description box. Here we have it. Okay. And I'm also going to put up the response from the YMCA. Their response to this black woman's treatment at their facilities. Understand that this was a elderly black woman as well, and she most definitely stood on business. So if you are not aware of this story, I'm going to share this story and see what this woman went to. And I want you, I'm not going to interrupt this. I want you to pay attention to what the white woman is doing as this woman is standing on business as she should. And I want you to see what the staff of the YMCA is doing as well.
Hello, Facebook family and friends.
I do have my supervisor.
I'm here at the YMCA again, and that's Rona, and they are again trying to make me move out of my spot, and I got here first, and I don't know who this gentleman is.
Right. He also works here.
So he works here also. So
safety first.
So this is the second time that they have tried to get me to move, and I have told them that I am not moving. I got here first.
You're going to take this class.
So now he tell me. Now this man is telling me I'm going.
If you want to take this class, you gonna move. That's what he said.
To move, but he's not going to tell this lady to move.
No, because
she got here after I got here.
I got here at 9 o'clock this morning.
And I got here before she did. So this lady put her face in my face the last time I was here. This lady right here. And that's Rona is. And Rona is.
And so you can't move over.
So look at Rona laughing at the other woman. She finds it so funny. So you just can't move over here?
2 feet.
I am not moving over 2 feet.
I guarantee you Rona will not start this class if you don't.
Well, then if she don't start the class, then you're not going to move.
We have to cancel our class.
Okay,
Because safety first. I need you to move over, please.
And she will not have this Caucasian lady and Rona will not have this Caucasian lady to move over, but want me to move over, and I am not moving over. So that is the case. time I was here, this lady sitting right here beside me, she put her face in my face.
I did not. I wouldn't want it that close to yours.
She's sitting close to me. So I'm back now, and there she sits.
Okay, so let's be clear. We see the demeanor of the black woman. Now it's time to start paying attention to the demeanor of this white woman.
Okay, where we are. Hello, how you doing?
I'm good.
I got somebody else coming to me to speak to me. So what do you got to say?
Good morning.
Good morning to you. I am blessed, and I'm prosperous, and I'm highly favored of the Lord. I hope you are. So this lady wants to know, where is my kindness for me to slide over? Why don't she ask this woman to slide over?
I can't, woman. I'll be out of the...
But all she's got to do is move her seat over to the opposite side, to the left side of me. I'm not moving.
You can sit there
and I said that before.
I don't give a shit.
So now.
Okay, now she's cussing. You can sit right there all you want. I don't give a shit. Okay, so they want her to move over 2 feet to her left. Well, why can't they, all of this talking to this woman who showed up at the class first, why can't they ask a woman who showed up after her to move over to that 2-foot spot where they want this woman to move over to? Why?
She's cussing.
Shit's not cuss.
Now she's cussing.
Is it really that important? Yes.
Now, her concentration is on this black woman. Is it really that important? It must be important to you because you came over there in her face. Do you see the white woman giving her the middle finger, started cursing, and now she's giving her the middle finger on the slide?
Now she's cussing.
Is it really that important? Yes. I'm leaving. You haven't learned to pick your battles and pick something that's really important.
At this time, is it really that important? At this time, you haven't learned to pick your battles and to pick something important. It seems like it's the other woman's battle. It seems like you're making it your battle when it has absolutely nothing to do with you. It seems like it has some importance to you that this black woman moves over as directed for this woman who is now cursing and giving her the finger. You don't see any of that. Is it that important? Let's continue.
See these Karens always want to have their way, and because we do not allow them to have their way, then we are in the wrong. So for me, Facebook family and friends, it is the principal thing. I got here first, and I am not moving, and that was what I said the last time when I was here. They are not going to make me move. They are not going to make me move.
All right, this is Jordan.
So now they bring the black guy in to make me move.
What's wrong, baby?
And now they bring the black people here to make me move. So I do know, will everyone please get out of my face? I'm not doing anything.
I was going to ask you what's wrong. Please listen to Jordan. Yeah, I was just going to ask you what's wrong. I just came in.
Now Jordan is asking me what is wrong. This Caucasian lady wants me to move, and she will not move over this side, but she wants me to slide over. Why can't she slide over?
Okay.
So Rona is saying she's been sitting, this Caucasian lady has been sitting here for years, And I don't care if she's been sitting here for 50 million.
So now the instructor tries to come up with a reason. She's been sitting there for years. The instructor, this is what she says, why this black woman should move. Because this woman has been sitting here for years. Really? Is that really? Is that what you're saying? Are you sure you want to keep it on that, Rona?
Years. I don't care if this lady been sitting here for 50 million years. I'm not moving.
Ma'am.
We cannot start the class until...
No one has reserved spot. The only woman or the only individual who has a reserved spot is the instructor herself.
Wait a minute, Jordan. The instructor just said the reason that this woman had to move is because that woman had been sitting there for years. And then you're going to turn around and tell the truth that no one has a reserved spot but the teacher? Okay, let's continue.
The only person who has a reserved spot is the instructor. Everyone else has a responsibility to reserve their spots and to be where they're at and to have the amount of people that we're supposed to have.
So they have the responsibility to reserve their spot and have the amount of people. And the black woman clearly said that she got there first and she's not moving. She reserved her spot. So why are you continuing to talk to her, Jordan?
For the class. So what you're only doing is just derailing everyone else's time. So either you...
How is she derailing everyone else's time when your instructor refused to start the class and she did what was required of her?
Can stay here in a designated area, or you can just wait for another class to where you don't have to worry about the...
She's already in a designated area. You said that is her responsibility, is to reserve her seat. Now you're trying to kick her out of the class for doing what is her responsibility, to appease these white women. Let's continue.
Situation. The only person who has a reserved spot is the instructor herself. If you have any issues about it, you can either stay in a designated area, or you can wait for the next class.
So you heard Jordan said the only person in here that has a designated spot is Rona.
Yes, because
why are they trying to make me move? And why won't they make this lady? Why won't they have this lady right here beside me? Why won't they have her to slide over?
I understand your frustration.
Look at her, and I'm not sliding over. I'm not moving.
I understand.
Okay, so no words for this woman who's licking her tongue out at her. Hey, I'm trying to diffuse this situation that you called while you're sitting over here licking your tongue out at her. What is this? This is ingrained of racism. You're gonna do I am going to clown you as I make you do what I say you have to do. I'm not going to even try to pretend like there is a reason other than I want you to move and I'm going to make you do it. Let's continue.
Your frustration, but you have to understand that the only person who's responsible to have a reserved spot is the instructor herself. And able to instruct the class, we have to start class, but you're just doing it on time. I understand your frustration. I understand.
I am not, for one thing, I am not frustrated, so please do not put that on me.
Well, I do understand.
I got here first, and I'm not moving. I don't have a concern. So he's trying to put words into my mouth, and I am not concerned.
So what do you want us to direct it as?
I want you to tell this Caucasian lady to
She
move.
has a name, just like how you have a name.
I don't know her name.
Okay, so just address her as ma'am. So
just address her as ma'am. Did you hear what he told this woman who's probably old enough to be his grandmother to address this woman who was cursing, who was giving her the middle finger, who was licking out her tongue like a 5-year-old? He told her to just address her as ma'am.
nothing to do with race because.
So now I'm supposed to adjust this lady as ma'am.
Yeah, because it has nothing to do with race.
And she's been cussed.
Yeah, nothing to do with race, ma'am.
So,
Right on top of the this and that.
there she is. I'm not moving.
Would you please take that thing off of me? I don't appreciate it.
Would you like me to scoot like a couple inches or so?
Just tell her to scoot over there, and then I am not going to move. I'm not moving. I'm not moving.
Is there a certain reason why this area is not?
And the reason I am not moving is because they are trying to force me to move, and I know that I do not have to move because no spots in here is reserved. And she said, honey, do not come and say anything.
Okay, so now they went out and got her husband. They went out and got her husband. Come get your woman. Come get your woman. And I love what she says to the husband. Let's hear what she says to her husband. And this is a marriage that these are people who understand each other.
Anything to me.
She's at the front desk.
They are trying to force me to move, and I know that I do not have to move because no spots in here is reserved. And she said, honey, do not come and say anything to me.
She's at the front desk.
Do not say anything to me.
What?
I know.
I'm leaving.
No.
Honey, do not say anything to me.
I'm leaving, so this.
Now, the other lady says, I'm leaving. You should leave because you are the one who has the problem. But what does the instructor tell her? No, we gonna make this nigger move. She didn't say that, but she's told her, no, don't leave. She should leave if she has that much of a problem. Now, allegedly, it's the black woman who's holding up this class. And they are doing all of this. And when the white woman says, I'm leaving, I'm leaving. Let me, a hair, just in case you didn't hear that.
Not say anything to me.
What?
I know.
I'm leaving.
No.
Honey, do not say anything to me.
I'm leaving, so this.
You got to live with me.
Female can have.
Do not leave.
I'm not talking. She's not talking to you.
Or I'm calling 911.
Call 911.
Call 911.
The lady said she was leaving, and at that point, this instructor decides that if she don't move, she's calling 911. For what? Has this lady cursed? How has her demeanor been? Didn't she do what is required of her? And now she is threatening to call 911 on this woman.
Now they're going to call 911.
That's the police.
So let them call 911. They're getting ready to call the police.
Ma'am, you do realize you had this issue evaluated because of how you.
And so now they're talking about calling the police on me. How about that? All right, Facebook.
Ma'am, you do realize you had this issue evaluated because of how you're acting. That's what Jordan said.
I want you to know that they are talking about calling the police because they want this Caucasian lady that's sitting beside me
to my race.
wants me to move.
Ma'am, it has nothing to do with race. It has nothing to do with race at all.
Honey?
Now, okay. Now let's be clear. Let's talk about the law right now. They have not asked this black woman to leave. They have never, at any juncture of this recording, asked this black lady to leave. So they have not trespassed her. They have not trespassed her. Let's continue.
You live with me. So why don't you move back, honey? Okay?
Ma'am, is there a specific reason as to why you want to specifically be in this area?
Honey, you're my husband, so you need to stay out of this, okay? Baby, you need to stay out of this.
What are you mad about, baby?
Honey, you need to stay out of this, okay? You need to stay out of this. This is between me. This is a principal thing.
This is about principle.
This is a principal thing. They brought my husband up here. They thought that my husband is supposed to say something to cause me to move. I'm not moving. we went through this the last time. They had the director to come in here to talk to me. Rhoda came in and they brought the black girl in so she could try to get me to move. And now this time, so they want me to move for Miss Karen right here.
I'm not Karen, thank you very much.
Since I don't know your name, they want me to move for
I'm
Miss
Mrs.
Karen.
McAdams.
They want me to move for Miss Karen.
I'm not Karen, I told you, ma'am.
I'm not moving. I'm not
You sit there
moving.
till
I'm not
you
moving
drop
for
dead,
Karen.
I don't care.
Ma'am, no one, I don't know your name, so I'm just going to refer to you as ma'am.
I'm Mariah.
Miss Mariah, no one was referring to any racial nor ethnicity issues. This is just an issue of sitting. And like I already addressed it to you, the instructor is the only one with a reserved seat because she is responsible for teaching the class. Your reservation responsibility is make sure you reserve your spot in SGA. That doesn't mean that you have a specific chair to which you are seated at.
That she reserved a spot in the chair that she is sitting at. She is not saying that she has a reserved spot. Karen, the Karen instructor is the one who says that the white woman has been sitting in that black woman's spot for years. So what are you talking about, Jordan?
As long as there's 25 chairs and there's 25 people for a class, that means you sit on one of those 25 chairs.
That's what she did.
That doesn't mean that this chair is yours, that chair is hers, that chair is yours,
That's
that chair is
the
yours.
chair she
If
sat in.
there's
That's
25
hers.
people reserving a spot, and there's 25 chairs, you pick one of those 25 chairs.
That's what she
That
did.
doesn't mean you have a designated area, ma'am.
No,
Mariah.
And
she never said she had a designated area. Your instructor said that the white woman had the designated area. So why are you talking to her? Let's continue.
Pick a designated
I ain't saying nothing else.
area, and I'm sitting right here, and I am not going to move. I chose an area, and I'm sitting here, and I'm not moving because they put that chair right there. They put that chair there. I put this chair here.
So you put that chair there.
I put this chair here. They put that chair there.
Don't point that at me, it's got a nail in it.
Let them call the police. So they're talking about calling the police. I want them to call the police.
Well, they're coming and you're not going to be able to participate in my class.
Let them call the police because after this, it's all.
You stay right there. The police are coming. They're coming and you will not be able to participate in my class. Okay. Let's see.
On Facebook. So when the police get here, we will take this thing further.
Jordan, do you have a client? Yeah. Because somebody's going to have to handle this because I am not going to let our class suffer because of this.
I'm not gonna let my class suffer because of this. Oh, so now you're doing the class? I thought you said you were gonna have to cancel the class. You were going to go as far as to make this woman believe that she was such a problem that you were going to cancel the class. But now you're not gonna let this interrupt my class. You are the only one who has interrupted your class with this bullshit. Why do they even have staff there? Okay, let's continue.
I'm not moving.
When the officer comes in, we'll be.
And we will talk about that when the officer.
When the officer comes, you will be escorted out. Now, they have never asked her to leave. They have never asked her to leave, and she refused to leave. Thus, being able to trespass her. You can only be trespassed if somebody asks you to leave an establishment and you refuse. That has never been asked of her. But so let's be clear. The only reason she's bringing police officers to this black woman is because they're in East Boston, and she want the Boston police to escort her out of here. You can't make this shit up.
Get here.
Okay, well, I have to start my class. These people come.
Then you go ahead and start your class. So I want Facebook family to I want my Facebook family and friends to know that they are talking about calling to the police. They said that the police is on their way to come to have me to move out of this spot.
So we're going to go ahead and start our class. What happened to my music? Everything. I'm going to breathe.
Now, you heard what she yelled out. The woman who wants her to move, who was sticking out her tongue, who was giving her the finger, who was cursing mad. She just yelled out, "I can't breathe!" And what did she get? A round of applause. And then the instructor told her, "You go, girl." Did you? Let's make sure you heard that.
So we're going to go ahead and start our class. What happened to my music? Everything. I'm going to breathe.
I can't breathe.
You go, girl.
Look at her.
She said
she's standing behind her. She's standing behind her. Oh, right over here. I hope you can see my marker. And look at what joy she gets. She think that she said something real cute and funny to let you understand what all the meaningless about the meaningless shit that is behind this white woman.
So we're gonna go ahead and start
Look
our
over
class.
here. Look over here.
What happened to my music? Everything. I'm gonna breathe. You go, girl. We're gonna go ahead and start.
So she said, Rona said she's going to go ahead and start the class. And I'm just going to have to sit here until the police come. But I'm not going to move. So I am tired of this white privilege. I'm tired of it. And I'm not going to move. But anyway, I'm going to stay right here until the police come. I'm going to start the class too.
Okay, now right here we have a note that states, "We are aware of the incident that took place during an exercise class and the videos that have been shared publicly. What unfolded at the time fell short of the safe and welcoming environment we strive to create. We are taking this very seriously. Our leadership team has actively engaged with the individuals directly involved as well as with our staff to listen and learn." What is there to learn? You saw what happened. To listen and learn. These conversations have been constructive, and we are grateful for their openness alongside this dialogue. We are reviewing our policies to strengthen safety and fairness, and we are implementing additional training for our teams. You thought it was going to end that easy? This has gone viral. If I ran across it. This has gone viral.
So they have they've called two police officers in here to cause me to move from this chair. See? We're dealing with a Karen, and they feel like that I'm just supposed to move. They don't have reserved spots. So they has called the police in here to make me move. So they're bringing the police in to make me move.
Put our hands on our hips. We're going to loosen up those hips.
That's Officer, what's your name? Blanks. That's Officer Blanks and Officer Whitmore.
The other way.
So they have brought the policeman in here to cause me to move from this For this Caucasian lady, they want me to move over. They told
Ma'am,
Jordan.
They want you to leave to the Y altogether.
I was just trying to tell you, Miss Mariah.
Jordan told me that there are no reserved spaces in here. So why would they want me to leave the YMCA?
Because we respectfully asked
And I respectfully told them to tell this Caucasian lady to move over, but they will not cause the Caucasian lady to move over. So now I'm the one disrupting the class. Facebook family and friends.
Ma'am, if you don't leave, you're going to go to jail for trespassing. Okay, so you need to leave.
So now they're calling me that I'm going to go to jail because of trespassing because I'm sitting here in this spot, but this Caucasian lady will not move.
Ma'am, all you have to do is just listen to us.
So now they're just telling me to move, but they won't tell this white lady over here.
Get your things and let's
They won't tell. So I'm going to leave. I'm going to leave because the police officer asked me to leave. But mind you, this will not be the end of it because I will be back here tomorrow, a Wednesday, and I will be sitting here tomorrow. So until they can get it straight, then I guess.
Let's get your things.
Okay, let my husband get my things. Honey, get my things. Look at this. Now they got 3 police officers in here. Connor, Whitmore, Blanks. Honey, get my things, please. So they are forcing me out. Facebook family and friends, I want you to see that they are forcing me out, but they're not forcing that. See the Caucasian lady right there? The Karen? And they asked me to move, but they wouldn't ask the white woman to move. They asked me to move, but they wouldn't ask the white lady to move.
Ma'am, you addressed this situation to a further situation to it that hadn't had to be. So this is all you're doing.
Honey, get that for me.
No, actually, you guys addressed this situation to a situation that went further than it needed to go.
That's okay. Don't apologize to me.
No, because I do understand.
Do not apologize.
You also have to understand there's reasons as to why
I am not frustrated. They tried to put.
Now, this is the second time he understands why he understands her frustration, and I am so glad that she said they are trying to put words in my mouth. I am not frustrated.
Words in my mouth. I'm not frustrated. I'm leaving the premises. My husband is getting my belongings, and we are going to leave. But this will not be the end of this. I will pursue. No, I will pursue this further. Facebook family, I want you to see. I want you to see Officer Blanks, Officer Whitmore, and Officer Connor. So they are forcing me to leave the class for this Caucasian lady.
All right, we're sitting up nice and straight, nice and tall. Shoulders are rounded and down, back and straight, chest about forward.
So we're leaving. So we're leaving because they are threatening to arrest me. Look at that. They're threatening to arrest me because I would not move out of the spot because I got there first. So the white lady comes in and they want me to move over for this white lady. See? See where we are? See South Boston? This is South Boston for you. And this is not just South Boston. This is the racist people that we have to deal with wherever we are. You got the racists. We have the racist ones. We have the bigots. We have racists. We have bigots. So here we are. We're here to leaving from the YMCA, but I will be back here Wednesday, and we will do whatever we need to do. They're escorting me out because they want me to move out of my spot. But This is not the end of it.
Okay, that link is in my description box. I surely hopes that she sues them. I am not bothered. Don't put that label on me. I can hear you saying that to someone, Ronnie Q. Terrible. It is terrible. I love her working that cell phone on a live. I love that too. I was so glad that you know, usually people of a certain age, they have problems, but honey, she got that phone. Jordan is Richard Simmons. Jordan looked like he wants to. No, Jordan looked like he is an appeaser. Yeah, she did have a great skin, and you saw her eyeliner that she had on, honey. She had her silk scarf wrapped around her head. Hey, V. Hey, Sandy. Thank you guys for joining me. I appreciate you guys being here. Let me see. Bernice said terrible. I will let me redrop the link. The link is in my description box under the 2025 Rosa Parks. This is the link right here. Now, I do hope that she files a lawsuit because that was deplorable what they did. Now, and they know that was deplorable of what they did. How do I know they know? Because I'm going to show you how I know they know. And all of this discussions and the talks were fruitful. I hope the money that she sues them for is also fruitful. This is the home page of the Boston, South Boston YMCA. Let me read a tidbit of what is on their homepage. YMCA of South Boston update. The YMCA is committed to being a place where everyone feels welcome, safe, and supported. The South Boston Halifax County YMCA fell far short of this promise during a senior exercise class last week, and we offer our most sincere apologies to Miss Myra Spooner. We do not condone our center staff decision to call the police in this matter, nor is it consistent with our training and protocols. Ms. Spooner posed no threat, and we deeply regret the harm this action, along with the manner in which this situation was managed, has caused Ms. Spooner and the wider community. So, is this instructor terminated? If that's the first thing that should happen, that instructor should be terminated. Upon learning of the incident, our corporate office immediately launched a thorough investigation connecting with everyone directly involved with Ms. Spooner, as well as interviewing employees, class participants, to gather a complete account of what transpired. We will continue to examine the details with intentional focus on our policies and improvement. We are reviewing our approach to class reservation and seating, and we will implement additional training for all employees to better prepare them to resolve conflict with respect, equity, and sensitivity. While we work to improve, we are focused on taking meaningful steps to rebuild trust and foster healing at our Y and within the South Boston community. We are grateful to have an in-person meeting scheduled with Ms. Spooner and her son. I hope her son is an attorney. And her son this week, and to begin forging a pathway towards healing. Okay, that is the YMCA. That is everything prior to you see anything on their homepage that is there, and I still hope she sues their ass. They humiliated her for absolutely no reason, and I'm sick of this, and it has to stop. She did absolutely everything that she was supposed to have done, and they still tried to act as if she was the problem. Okay. That's the information that I have. I will drop this link for you if you want this link as well, or if there's anything on this link that you may want to review. Are you dropping the link? Let me drop the link. Yes, I will drop the link. Now, Pam gonna come up here. Pam, do they treat you like that at the Y? Pam got to keep it tight, keep it right. So, she probably all up there in the Y. Pam would have cussed them out. Pam wouldn't have taken that. Oh, you mean this link? There's a link. There's this link. Lordy, I didn't mean that link, but that's good. There's the link, Pam. Hey, viewers of you.
Hey, Boo, can you hear me?
I can hear you fine.
Oh, okay. Okay. I used to be a member of the YMCA. Now, I'm going to ask you something historically. I'm a panel killer. Okay. But didn't there used to be a YWCA for the women?
Yeah,
and there was a... Yeah.
They used to be both. I don't know if they have YWCAs all over. Maybe this is South Boston. That doesn't sound like a little Ohio or Indiana or some small town. I don't know. Yeah, there used to be one. Yes.
And then when all the men, and I'm going to tell you from what I remember from history, when the men got out of prison, they went to the YMCA and they got a helping hand and they got to programs and stuff like that. So maybe the YWCA, they really couldn't do the same thing because, the women always have to take care of the kids and things. I'm remembering some kind of drama with that. And that's why it kind of didn't take off as much or maintain. Because there's always the women are associated with the kids and whatever. So yeah, I just remembered that because I was a YMCA and a YWCA.
YW.
Yeah,
There's
but
definitely a YWCA. I don't know what happened with that. I don't know if they still have them in different places. Yeah, you're right.
okay. So thank you for you did share this with me, and I've been watching it and listening to this thing when you shared it with me last night. I was like, what? I couldn't get my grasp around it. But yeah, well, the man came on the camera. It was like, clearly there are only 25 spots in here and no seat is assigned. Well, then there you go.
There you go. And all of this, and ignoring all of the shit that woman was doing. This was obvious, a power play, and they ignored everything that she was doing. So I am glad that woman kept her cool, and yeah.
She flipped that daggone camera phone on, and some of these people on here, they got whole YouTube channels and stuff. They can't get this shit going. They put that goddamn camera on, and then she flipped the back screen and the front screen. I was like, bitch.
Yeah, she was doing it. She was doing her due diligence as well. She should have. And then, honey, don't come over here. You got to live with me, honey. This is about. And honey threw up his hands. And I was like, go ahead and handle it.
He came around that corner. She was looking at the camera because he hadn't even got up in the camera. He came through the door. Now they done brought my husband up in here. Honey, don't say nothing. You gotta live with me. Meaning, your motherfucking ass ain't getting no goddamn sex. You're not getting the big goddamn piece of chicken. You ain't getting no bacon and sausage in the morning. You ain't getting shit, nigga. You better not say nothing. He ain't say nothing. He was like,
And then he finally threw them hands up in the air and backed away. Let me back away from this fire. I know I don't want to get burned behind this woman bullshit. Yeah, I love that part of it as well. It shows that they have a. It appears that they have a intact relationship where they understand each other and respect each other's.
And she said, "I got this." She said, "No, don't say anything. Don't add to this. Don't." And what she said was, "Look, they didn't bought my husband up in here." When she said that, I was like, "Oh Lord!" And then like he gonna tell me to do something.
Honey, sweetheart, I got this taken care of, honey. Don't say a word.
Don't say nothing. If you want to get the big piece of chicken and you want to get some sex while we in our senior citizen years, okay? Don't say
if you want me to rub, my titties on that big belly, you better shut up.
He did have a big belly. You know, he said he rubbed
been
that
in the
belly.
damn class too, but thank God he was there for his wife.
He rubbed that belly and thought, I better shut the fuck up and let me back out of this room.
That's why this belly got so big. That good food. I ain't fucking with this woman. She been too good to me.
And when she said, she looked and saw him out the corner of her eye. She said, "Now they done bought my husband up in here." I died, Miss Ronica. I literally died. Thank you for sending me that little clip late last night because I have been sharing it around. Like,
and on the end, they have a different. I think it was on. What is the other TikTok? They have different TikTok people responding to it. So I dropped the link is in my description box. That shit was crazy.
But you know, it was wrong. And before when I first saw it, I was like, well, what's the problem? Because I know I've been places where like, well, can you kind of, let's move over so we can make more people, not the same 25. Like we can add maybe 30 people. Like let's squeeze together so we can have a good power workout. I can kind of halfway understand that, but this bitch has been coming up in here thinking she's sitting in this one spot that's not assigned, and she was late. And the lady that came in here, Miss Lady, and she said, "No, bitch, this is where I want to sit. There's no assigned seats and stuff." But
the woman tells her she's been sitting there for years. And you should know that there are no assigned seats. So she was the actual problem. She should lose her job.
And she should have got there early.
And she was reveling in. That's okay. The police are coming. They'll escort you out. She was complicit in bullying this old black woman. In my opinion.
And the instructor. I peeped how she was working out. Girl, that shit was Richard Simmons did that shit a long time ago. Okay, her little workout. They were supposed to be like, I think it's like a senior citizen class where you do chair workouts and stuff. I've been in those classes. I was in those classes when I was 20 and 30s. Them classes can be very good. But that lady that was instructing it, bitch, you can't work me out. You couldn't make me break a sweat back then, even now, or even later, earlier on. Girl, she was boring. She was mean, and I hope she doesn't work there anymore because she did aid and abet to the whole damn motherfucking shit. And can you imagine being someplace where everybody still continue her class? And even the lady that was on she said, well, I'm gonna try to do the class. She screwed up.
I'm gonna start the class too.
Yeah, it was so wrong. And they knew that was a whole bully thing. See, the teen bullying thing, that's what that fucking shit, that shit was wrong. And then she was taping.
And then the other black woman who came up there when Jordan first came up there, was
Aunt Jemima.
her head, be a good Aunt Jemima like me, and just go on and move on. I was like, bitch, go sit down somewhere. If you're not coming up there to defend her actual rights, go sit down. And Jordan, oh my God, with you saying what you're saying, there's no assigned seats. Why are you trying to assign her to a different seat? You have to come in here and get in your area. That's what she did. So why are you, after saying there are no assigned seats, trying to assign a seat for her to move her chair to? Get the fuck out of here. That was so ridiculous.
Well, Massa watching. We gonna run over here. Nina, we can't do this by ourselves. Go on, tell sister over there to move her seat, cause they watching. They watching on YouTube.
You better move.
Better move. We gonna shuck and jive.
What happened to you last night?
I did my live. I told you in the thing I was doing mine, but I didn't want my live to be all, because I wanted to talk about it.
You just did
I did it private because you didn't want to come out. Right.
I did tell you I would be over there.
With you.
That's not what I said. I said I would be over there.
Now listen, I'm telling what she said. Just what she said, y'all. Just the private chat. I'm telling the private chat. I said, Miss Rhetoric, I'm getting ready to go on a little bit. Do you want to come on? I just want to talk about a couple of things.
Go read.
No, she said, fuck you, View. I don't want to come on there, fuck your channel, and kiss my black ass. That's what she said.
You don't want me to take a screenshot of the back chat, do you? Of that chat. You know, there's always a solution, girl.
She told me,
oh my God. Oh my God. Now this is what I want your opinion of.
Oh my God. No, she didn't say that. But then after I got off my live, and then I look over in the chat, she's like, okay, I'll be there. And I'm like, how you gonna be there like Michael Jackson?
I said that immediately. Now I wanna talk to you. Don't say this name out loud.
Okay, I won't. I won't say it. Hold on. Let me see.
Jesus, did you see that video?
Ooh, now,
girl.
I was like, but you know what? I'm not surprised. I am not surprised at all.
Who do you believe? The male? I believe the man.
I do.
Man.
Why would somebody do that?
And the response was totally off. Yeah, and girl, that shit was
spreading. I mean, going all around I can't say nothing, but yeah, you know what I'll type to you later. Yeah, see, this is why I just don't like to be engaging with a lot of people, because you don't know what you're dealing with on here. And I sit in my little corner coloring and shit. I come over here. I still watch, the stuff that's going on and shit, but I don't engage with a lot. But when I heard that, I was like, "Woo, that was not surprised." There we go, another not surprised.
And even the response that was given, it was not the response of somebody who was taking that different position in their life. That response was like, "Oh, I would never do that to you." It wasn't like, "Oh, I could never do that to you because that's not my situation." No, it did not give. That is not something I'm capable of doing to you.
Like, you can identify which whatever was women. I was like.
And then even the person who was on the live, she was like, "Well, I was kind of confused because of your response." And you showing that, the only thing you showed was your response like coincide with what you're trying to say now.
Yeah, it wasn't like when somebody said View sent new pictures. I was like, View did what? I mean, not View. Yeah, View. I was like, what? And I quite adamantly said, I've never even taken one. So how the fuck can I send one? No, man, we're not gonna go with this narrative.
And you got that nipped in the bud.
I sure did, didn't I?
You went over there to that channel, and he was like, "No, that never happened. No, right. That has never happened."
It was embellishment, but this thing right there. This person is on here showing and demonstrating and stuff. You can't come out of that, especially when they come around the corner saying whatever they said. I was like, ooh. I was kind of surprised with that one. I was
like, bitch, you are really telling on yourself. Whoever hadn't seen it on another apparatus, the fact that you came out on your own thing and showed that shit. Girl, I would have never. I enjoyed you coming up, but I have to run.
Yes, baby, I gotta go too. I gotta color.
All of you guys for.
Bye, boo.
Are you going live later?
Yeah, I'm gonna go color and stuff. Mind my little business.
Okay. After I walk the dogs, if you're on, I'll be over there.
Okay, come over. Okay, bye, y'all. Bye-bye.
Thank you guys for joining my afternoon show. I am so sorry that I came on so late, but my schedule has changed. I'll try to get to you guys earlier. Please avail yourself to my description box. There are a lot of videos that some news that you may be interested in that you may not have seen. I have tried to title them in some type of cohesive way. But I hope I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you guys for stopping by. I appreciate your support. Have a great remainder of your night.